Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All in China, host Sega Forever here. Just checking in really quickly. Wanted to do this quick video. I seen this was kind of trending online. I had an appointment yesterday, and as you guys know, man, if you follow me on the channel, man, I have like a lot of not a lot, but I have a few uh, issues physically that I have to deal with, and today is one of those days. Um, so there's this chair that I've talked about it before on another chat, another podcast when I've been doing my videos. So normally I wouldn't be doing a video on a day like today, but I'm kind of stuck at home, and the chair that I need to use for my lower back and my legs, because it's one of the it's an ergo chair, but it also has the lumbar support that I need. So I'm basically sitting here in front of my computer, and I thought, well, why don't I do a podcast? So here we are. Plus, there's a couple of things that I did want to cover and talk about. You guys know what I've been doing on my channel, a little bit of a format change. I've been doing a lot of stuff on pop culture, and I mean popular culture in general to include Xbox, well, video games, and that's where the Xbox part comes in. But also we can talk about comic books and anime, um, entertainment as a whole. We can cover and talk about all this stuff. But in making this video, at least as you guys can see from the title, hopefully we'll get some people bouncing in here as well, because this isn't all in chat. And when I do these videos, it's usually for the chat, right? So a lot of the guys that are in our chat, sometimes we're not able to get, as Xbox guys and content creators, we're not able to get to the chat a lot of times, especially when I have um, these videos that I do, these podcasts that I do, to have a lot of people in it. Because I'm surrounded by a lot of hardcore, we bleed green type of Xbox guys, and they're able to talk about a range of topics. And one of the reasons why I do podcasts with them, because they also keep their finger on the pulse of everything that's going on, especially when it comes to Xbox. So I wasn't sure I was going to do this as a podcast, but then I thought to myself, this is going to be predominantly Xbox. So why not turn it into an all-in chat? So hopefully, I know this is kind of off. This is unannounced. I didn't plan on being here, and I didn't plan on doing a podcast today, to be perfectly honest with you guys. But if you guys do join the chat, man, and you guys want to sound off, I'll definitely read your comments. Um, I do got something going to kick off later on, like in about a half an hour, well, 45 minutes from now. That I might have to take a break if the podcast actually goes that long. I'm going to try and run this about an hour because there's some stuff that I really do want to talk about. And like I said, hopefully I can get the participation from the audience, because I think that would be great too. Because I see this on social media a lot, especially when it comes to this topic that we're going to discuss. As you can see, the title, hold on one second, guys. Let me make sure this is. Okay, yeah, it's running. But by the title of the video, right, all in chat woke hits Xbox, and I have a question mark there because I do want to talk about this specifically. If you guys listen to my last podcast that I did, and I know it's a format change, guys. I know it's not something that I normally do on my channel, but trust me, this is stuff that I actually research, I look at, because it's something that's interesting to me. I've been doing this for the longest time as well. I'm not new to any of this kind of stuff, where there's the politics of it, the industry as a whole. I've been consuming this stuff for like 40 years, at least on the pop culture front. I would say 25, maybe 25 years on the political side of things. And this isn't going to become a political podcast by any stretch of the imagination. If I did that, I was actually thinking about doing something like that, because we are in an election year. But if I do that, I'm definitely going to make a separate channel for that, because it is going to bleed over into a lot of the stuff that I do on this channel going forward, especially when it comes to pop culture, right? Because it's in everything. Politics is in everything, right? And you guys know how I feel about this kind of stuff, man. This is the kind of stuff that I wish. I like to use the word escapism, right? When it comes to video games and comics and anime and stuff like that, this is the kind of stuff that I like to escape to get away from the issues of the world, because I am focused on that kind of stuff. I am politically charged, right? So it's just like why people ask me I don't like to play video games on PC. It's not that I have a personal problem with it. It's just that part of my job entails me doing a lot of data entry, and so I don't want to work all day in front of a computer screen, especially some of the stuff that I have to do. Man, it's just a lot of you know time spent in front of not just in front of the screen, but typing and researching, and it gets tiring. right? So when I come home, I just want to relax. I want to veg out and relax. In fact, the last thing I want to do is jump on the computer unless I have something really pressing that I need to take care of, whether it's with my bills or something going on with my family. So I got to go on social media online, anything like that. That's the only thing that will get me on here. But for the most part, I just kind of come home and decompress. And for a lot of you guys like me, the way we like to decompress is by doing something that we enjoy or have fun with, or even something that you could just tune into and tune out, right? And that's where, for me, pop culture has played a big part of my life, and that's why I'm so animate about doing everything I can to try and save it, right? Because pop culture is being hijacked by people who are outside of the hobby or the lifestyle, and they're trying to inundate it with his own ideology and trying to shape it into what they feel pop culture should be, right? And I don't think that's, number one. There's the thing that's great about pop culture is, hey, what's up, Sega man? What's up, my brother? Welcome, bro. Welcome. Um, One thing I love about pop culture is that you can't escape, but it's your own. You can create your own worlds, and you can create your own fantasies if you want to use that word. A word. There's a lot of things that you can partake in, right, and have a lot of enjoyment with. But at the end of the day, you can just unplug, plug out, and get back to the real world and handle what you got to do. Handle your business, as we like to say, right? For a lot of the guys that are in the Xbox community I roll with, right? You guys know we're very active. We have jobs, we have kids, we got all that kind of stuff. So we're trying to have our cake and eat it too. I'm not gonna lie. Um, but at the end of the day, man, when I want to come and just enjoy myself and enjoy content that I like, right? And even if I don't like it, man, it's a part of um, pop culture in general, dude. And then when I come in, and then you have people trying to inject their real world, either politics or real world situations or ideologies and stuff like that within pop culture. Now, it's always been a part of pop culture, but it's been a little bit niche, a whole lot of nuance, right? And that's the problem with a lot of stuff that's going on right now. For people who are questioning why I started talking about this, dude, I've been involved in this for the last, if I'm being honest, 20 years. Because the culture, the way that it used to be when I was growing up, dude, it was a bit rebellious, dude. It was a little anarchical. There's a lot of stuff that you would set yourself apart, be independent, thinking, all of that kind of stuff, even at some extent liberal in your thought process and stuff like that. The problem is that's not the case with the new generation coming up, and that's why guys like me, guys like Hebot, Sega Man, all of us have a problem with all this kind of stuff because we can see the road that it's going, and we can determine what these, I like to call them actors, coming into the community really want to do with the hobby and the stuff that we've grown up loving, and for most of us that help create either through blood, sweat, or treasure, right? Because we put into this stuff. Again, I've told this story many times. I won't go down that road now, but I mean, we actually put in a lot into this, into building this culture, and not just us, but a lot of people. And I know we're getting up here in age, and it's normally, at some point where we pass the torch, which I'm more than happy to do. But demographics are changing. A lot of people approach pop culture in a different way, and one of the things that I see that I don't agree with, and that I'll fight tooth and nail about, is actually a lot of these people coming in and trying to turn into a politically charged culture, right? And not only do they try and change it as a politically charged culture, a lot of their ideas and stuff like that, I believe, are toxic, and at the end of the day, will actually kill pop culture as a whole. And since I put so much time and energy into it, this is why I'm adamant about it. I tell you guys on my channel, as you guys know from following me as an Xbox guy, everything I do on this channel is based mostly on principle, right? With a dash of reasoning. When I look at things, it's just not to be a shill for any corporation and stuff like that. But when I see something that's principled or that needs to be defended, or lack of a better word, when I see people coming in and trying to destroy or damage or destroy the things that I love, then that's why I do the things that I do. That's why I do these videos, man. It's never really about me being an influencer or growing my channel. In fact, if you want to grow your channel, this is probably the worst thing you can do. Is to have an opinion, and is to base your stuff on principle, because you're going to have a lot of daggers thrown at you. Some of it legitimate, most of it not, if we're being honest. Because people don't want to hear you. What they want to hear from you is what they think. Right? That's the only reason they want to care about your opinion or listen to your words, is you got to tell them what they want to hear. And I've never been like that. I was never raised like that. That's why it's so ingrained in me. My grandmother raised me, so I'm not the type of person that's just gonna do something for the sake of doing it because everybody else says that you're supposed to, right? And this is where we come with the crossroads, and this is what I want to talk about, specifically with Xbox, because if you guys see what's going on in the community right now, there's a lot of stuff um, that Xbox is going through, right? And unfortunately, we can't focus on the gaming aspect of it. I try and do that on my channel, right? Because a lot of stuff is in flux. Again, I just want to reassure you guys, a lot of stuff that you hear going on in the media right now, especially in the gaming media, I wouldn't pay attention to any of that kind of stuff. I mean, anybody could sit here and look at what Microsoft is doing and come out with any type of explanation or any type of reasoning. A lot of these people profess to be insiders. I don't believe they are, because as a lot of us say in the group, a lot of these guys were these type of insiders. They're never on the cusp of revealing anything that truly is surprising, right? A lot of the stuff that they talk about is either rehashed. Most of it comes from a bias, and then the information they rehash comes from people that can't stand Microsoft or Xbox. You hear the stuff going on about Europe. What's happening with Microsoft in Europe, which has never been a strong territory for them. I know they made inroads, and they're not as bad in Europe as they are in Japan. But that's always been the case, kind of with Microsoft and the Xbox brand specifically. Yeah, sorry guys, I got this bird here. Very irritating, I know. Can't do anything about it. Um, so I know I understand it's very irritating, but again, focus on what Phil Spencer's saying. Focus on the ecosystem and play your games, and you'll be fine. I'll keep on pushing that on this channel. And I know it's hard sometimes for at least Phil Spencer, because Phil Spencer says some things and he's not very specific, right? So I can't fault anybody on that. But at the same time, be cognizant of who you're listening to, because what the media likes to do, they like to take things, read into it, chop it up, dissect it in different ways, and push it out there. There is a component of clicks and likes. This is an industry for them. It is a business. A lot of these dudes are on notice when it comes to their jobs and their profession in general. I could see gaming journalism just going away. There's really no reason for them anymore. What you could say is that they possibly could be the fourth estate, like how the mainstream media is supposed to be when it comes to politics or business or the news that they present to us, right? Specifically. Hold on, guys. That should help a little bit. But the news that they give to us directly, which they're supposed to be honest, right? And they're supposed to be that industry outside of influence and present to the general public the news as it is, not what they want them to, not what they want it to be, not what their biases want it to be, not what their political affiliations want it to be, and that's on both sides. But we know they don't do that, right? And for the gaming media, the thing I would be worried about the most, of course, there's a lot of talk about AI. I kind of use that as a whipping post, right? For a lot of people in the gaming industry who are either brainwashed by the gaming media, defend them, or the gaming media directly, right? I use that as like I said, a whipping post, just to get under their skin, right? Because honestly, I could feel like AI would do a better job, even if people are gatekeeping the AI. Right. I think you could discern it better than a lot of these other guys. And that's what I mean. And I'm not talking about guys like us who understand this, who keep up with what goes on as far as the trends and in the industry, as far as the economics and stuff like that, because it affects us as consumers. A lot of us are more educated on this kind of stuff, and we don't have the biases that these people do when it comes to like getting exclusives, getting games. As you can see, what happened with IGN earlier in the year and how they reacted to certain situations, stuff like that. So by all intent and purposes, man, I would be perfectly fine with AI writing everything when it comes to gaming media, because you don't really need gaming media. That's my point, right? If you look at what Microsoft does, or at least on the Xbox side, right, they could, and Microsoft in general, they hold their own conferences. They could do their own specials. They have their own basically staff. If you noticed what Xbox has been doing, Xbox Wire, which I think is awesome, they've been really utilizing that publication. It is online. It's an online publication. I think they should have been doing this for years now, right? Because at least that way they can control the narrative. And I know a lot of you guys sit there and you're like, well, if they control the narrative, what makes them turn evil? Well, if they try and abuse that power, right, or that position and that power, it doesn't matter to me in the sense that I'm not brainwashed, right? I don't sit here and look, basically for a lot of people out there, man. I mean, this isn't what some people want to hear, but I mean, be a little bit selfish when it comes to this stuff because at the end of the day, it's your money and it's your time, right? And you're the one deciding what you want to consume as far as the content that they give you, right? I love Game Pass and stuff like that. I've been able to try a lot of games, not every game that I liked, and I've seen people. I forgot the name of this one game that people were just talking about it, and people really enjoyed it. And, this is wasn't something they were paid to do, or I actually believe the people that they enjoyed the game when I tried it. I kind of liked it at first, but then after a while, I was like, I didn't make that same connection with the game like other people, especially these people who I trust when they play these type of games. And I tend to like those type of games too, but I just couldn't connect on it. You know what I mean? And there's games that I play like Broforce, which people probably it's just a kind of a mindless throwaway thing. There's nostalgia bait. I'll say that, but it's just a fun game, man. Like I said, when you work like 8 hours a day, some of us more, right? And you had a long day, dude. I mean, maybe you worked a short day, but it was so hard. You know what I mean? And you want to come home and just relax. That's just a game you just want to pop in. I've been playing Bolt Gun, the Warhammer one. Oh, that game is so fun. And when I come home, sometimes I only got an hour to play. That's what I throw in. Right? Or I'll play COD. But COD is getting so. I'm not gonna lie, COD is kind of complicated. Dude, yeah, like all these menus, all this stuff going on, dude. But Bolcom, they put it on Game Pass. I've been so happy with it because it's such a fun game. I'm currently playing the mech game. I forgot the name of it, but that game's been really fun. It definitely meets my expectation, and the more that I unlocked, it is definitely exceeding it a bit. I don't think it's the full game. I think this is the preview part of it. There's a lot of things I feel they could add to it, and if they take it to that next 2 or 3 levels, dude, it would be one of my favorite games of all time. I can see myself wasting a lot of hours into it. Right? So, hold on 1 second, guys. Let me get the stuff here. Um, but so if you guys have been looking, let me pull this up really quick because I want to kind of. I do apologize. Let me first number one. Let me block. Let me turn this off. Right, because what I don't want to do is I don't want to. I want to be active on the chat. And again, I understand the time I'm doing this, and this is not my normal time, so we might not get anybody. But if anybody does pop in on the chat, dude, this is for you. 100%. Bing really quickly, guys. I'm getting back to the news media. Like if you just go to Bing, right? Because I use Bing for the. It's become my favorite search engine, dude. I actually can't stand Google. I used to like Google, right? But over the years, man, the stuff that they've done there, and some of the revelations that come out to what they do, as far as content and how they manage their search engine, is one thing. And then, of course, with all the stuff that they were doing with China, didn't sell well with me. So I gravitated over to Bing, and I was already using Bing, but you get so used to using Google. And then the more I use Bing, this is why I was smart on Xbox part to actually do the points. It actually drew me into Bing, and that's all I use right now. Because the problem I had with Bing initially is when you do a search, they just give you everything, right? So you kind of have to sparse out stuff yourself. I noticed that the Bing that they're working with, I hope they don't get like Google, but with Google, man, you found out right that those were the top sites. They would basically guide you to certain things, and I'm not saying Bing doesn't do that, but at least I feel with Bing, Microsoft is just putting it out, and I have more control of what I want to look at for whatever that means, right? I understand. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, guys. I know we can, but my point is just like I'll go to Bing all the time. I'll hit Xbox, right? And this again, we're talking about the gaming media, and then right from the jump, dude, you just go to news, Xbox, and boom. Why is this not? All right, these guys, hold on. Something's going on. Oh, no wonder I was in the wrong search. Okay, so if I do news, right? I just go really quickly through the news, and it's funny to me, like the majority is Xbox related, but there are a lot of negativity, right? Because a lot of people write a lot of these negative type articles about Xbox. But if I even go into a PlayStation search, right? Like the first couple articles, it'll kind of be focused on PlayStation, and then the next, like after the fourth article, man, is like Xbox in real trouble. Now it has a component of PlayStation, as majority of games will likely come to PlayStation, right? But it still has that proponent of Xbox. That's why you hear guys like myself talk about this. How Microsoft likes this or Xbox sucks all the air out of the room when it comes to gaming media, right? It's ironic because it's like people, regardless, dude, it always has to be mentioned because people need clicks and views, and Xbox is the one that gets the clicks and the views, right? Of course, a lot of it is on the negative aspect of it, right? This is why you got to kind of practice discernment when it comes to these kind of things. And then in the greater scope of things, the way that it's listed on Bing, you can kind of tell, right? Because it's the same thing like you see when the mainstream media has a narrative that they're trying to run, and somebody just clips a lot of the different mainstream media, whether it's CNBC or a lot of the different news groups out there, and then the local news stations, they just will run a loop of the people saying the same thing over and over and over. It becomes a narrative, right? And a lot of us guys who are in the gaming community, we're very savvy. I'm talking about the normies, but a lot of us who keep up with the stuff that are in the culture of gaming. This is why we're able to pick this kind of stuff up, man, because we've seen it for years. And it hasn't just been on Xbox side. You guys know I'm a Sega fan, right? So we've been seeing this all the time. Hey, what's up, Toe Man? What's up, brother? Thanks for being here, man. Yeah, he's saying what's up to Sega Man as well. Yeah, Sega Man in the house. Hey, Sega Man, if you got some time, you want to pop in, let me know. I can send you the link. In fact, I'll just send it to you now. I'm not sure if you're working. I know it's just kind of an off thing. Hold on, guys. Let me send Sega Man the link. I cannot click the game. Dude, I'm laughing because I sit on this. I'm sitting on my chair, man, and it's sad that I have to sit in this chair. I can't do anything, dude. I can't play games, right? Because I'm not comfortable sitting up to play a game. Because my Xbox is actually in my room, and the chair there doesn't have the back support this has. Plus, this chair is like a wide chair, so it's perfect for my back, dude. It takes up all the pressure off my back. Second man, I sent it, dude. If you wanna jump in, like I said, I'm not sure what you're up to today. If any other guys send a I want a request to come in. I will not be on here long though, guys. I will tell you that much because I do have to switch. What I'm gonna do is I should actually I don't know how my mobile though. I'm gonna have to eventually go and change positions, right? So I gotta go like lay down. So I'm just happy I'm moving around because I could not. I have problems with my legs. The left side of my whole left side of my body actually, guys. But yeah, you're more than welcome to jump in, brother. Let me go to this real quick. Oh, wrong one. I don't want to cover this. This is the main reason I'm doing it. There's a couple of people the reason I'm doing this because a couple of people that I follow, and I actually like their channels and stuff like that. They do a really good job when it comes to pop culture, but their main focus is pop culture in general. And of course, when you follow channels like this, some of them are more knowledgeable on these topics in specific genres than others, right? One of the guys I always put up on my social media is a Nerdrotic. Definitely love his channel. Right. But if we're going to talk about anything when it comes to video games, he's probably not the person I would listen to. There's other people I would go to. But when it comes to movies and comic books, especially action figures, stuff like that, this dude knows his business. This guy used to own a comic book store. And he's old school as well. So a lot of the stuff that I know, when I listen to him, a lot of the stuff he'll talk about, I've been there myself. Right. So the one thing I will give him is that he does a way better presentation than I ever could. It's kind of one of my Achilles heel that I just can't present like a lot of these guys. He's passionate. The one thing I like about him is he's a very passionate guy, but he also knows how to present himself as well as he knows how to present facts. Now I know he has a crew of people helping him as well, but he doesn't get lost up. He's very focused and he talks about things. He can talk about things in a generalization, but never gets too far afield. That's one of the problems I have when I talk about stuff, and I know that. So, But definitely, if you want to talk about pop culture as far as on the entertainment side, just showing comic books and Disney and all that kind of stuff, all the stuff that's going on, he's definitely a person to follow. Um, Again, it's funny because a lot of these guys get credited with being politically charged. I don't think they are. They really are. I think they're just in the reality, dealing with the reality of what everything is like now when it comes to pop culture, because everything's political, guys. You can't go a day without seeing some kind of politics thrown in there. It's like if I'm pretty sure you guys seen something about some kind of news story about Trump today. It's kind of like like with video games, Xbox dominates the video game news scene. Well, in the politics side, it's always about Trump. Right? Trump this, Trump that. Right? It's always everything revolves around him. Right? Even if it has something that doesn't have to do with him personally, his name is always being mentioned. Right? So you'll go out and you see some of these guys. Like with my channel, I'll try and keep it as unpolitical as possible, but you just can't. You just can't do it, guys. And if I tried to, I would end up lying or telling half truths or not telling you guys the whole story, or basically not being real too. Because I really want to share my opinion. That's why I do this channel, right? To let you guys know how I really feel about stuff. And I won't lie, dude. I won't hold anything back when it comes to this stuff, regardless if I lose people or not. I've lost people already. I've lost quite a bit of people because of my politics. Right? Because I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, dude. That's just the way I am. Um, but yeah, so there's a lot of people that I will go to when specific genres. But when it comes to video games, dude, and especially when it comes to Xbox. So some of the guys I follow right now, they're talking about Xbox because of what's being released in the media. Which anybody who follows Xbox or participates in Xbox or are fans like we are or bleed green, right? We understand that there's certain things about Microsoft as a corporation that they do, right? So what's coming out since the woke thing is such a big thing, news stories have just been inundated with it, right? I think it's great because it kind of shows, how entrenched this ideology is in every aspect of our lives that shouldn't be. Whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, I don't think that's a good thing. I'm going back to, I'm trying to push this narrative of putting stuff into boxes, especially for men, guys. I'm an older male. I'm pretty sure like you hear words like patriarchy thrown around, old white cis. I'm not white, but you know, I cover like at least five of the 10 boxes, or I'd say 7 of the 10 boxes, just because of my sex or just because of my ideology, my own personal principles, right? So I can check off some of those boxes. And one other thing I think is important for men to do, man, is start putting things into boxes. I know we've gone through this revolution of this Freudianism that basically was like breaking down societal norms and stuff like that. But I think for a man, it's important for a man to be a man. And one of the things I think we do and we do well is we're able to put things into boxes, right? So that we can process things. That's how we do it. We are different from women. And I remember growing up where people were pushing that, just like, share your feelings, cry. The way I grew up, it wasn't like that. Now I've changed some things in my life, right? Because everybody's different. I have my own kids right there. I want to kind of be there for them emotionally, but I know being there for them emotionally also means not being there for them emotionally. Sometimes if you're a dad and you have a son, you know that you got to be a man first and foremost, right? So as an example of how he needs to be, right? In the very generalist of terms, right? Now you got to factor in their personalities, how they are, how they deal with certain things, right? Of course, right? You're a dad. If you love your kids, dude, this is not something that I should be telling you. It should be automatic, right? Because it's part of being a parent, you know. And a man has a different function than a woman does when it comes to your children. What you want to do is you want to have that balance. You want to strike that balance. That's why being married is an essential thing, you know, and something I think is important. But at the end of the day, dude, I think we need to start going back to that. And one of the reasons why, dude, that no matter what you're dealing with, and even if it's something as mundane as video gaming, this thing shouldn't be taken so seriously. In fact, I disagree with a lot of the people I follow. Right, I'm from that Andrew Breitbart style of thinking when it comes to pop culture. I mean, I looked at him as kind of a mentor when he first hit the scene, right? And it's funny because whenever I look at people and people get accused of being a certain way politically, I laugh because I'm that way. For example, like I see like our brother Hebot, man, he gets attacked online all the time for his political beliefs, and I find it ironic because the stuff that they accuse him of, he's not. They should actually be accusing me of of that kind of stuff, honestly. And so I have the luxury of sitting back and looking at that. So when I look at people, right, and people get attacked, like he was being attacked for being right wing, Nazi, all this kind of racist, all this kind of stuff. Right, but when I looked at him, dude, this dude is probably the only reason why people are saying that is because he's pushing against the grain. And for somebody like me, he's the one that shined the light on all this stuff when it came to pop culture. Now, even as much as I respect and admire that person and other people in this pop culture game, when it comes to being an influencer and stuff like that, I definitely disagree with most of them when they say that. Uh, I'm not disagreeing with this saying. Everybody says that pop culture, politics is downstream of pop culture, right? And I'm not saying that's wrong. What I'm saying is I think that's bad, right? Right? I think it's bad because it shouldn't be that way, dude. It's just like I'm sorry, I'm just like that. I love my kids, dude. I like to have fun with my kids. I joke around with them and stuff like that. My daughter had something she had to take care of. She wanted to utilize the house. I'm like, you gotta clean the house. And then she was kind of milling about it and stuff like that. I just put my foot down. I was like, dude, clean this house, man, or you can't have the party. Bottom line, because I was telling her you got to get this stuff done. Don't wait till the last minute, right? And then she just didn't want to do it, because she wanted to do other stuff, right? And I'm like, okay, I just let it go, right? Because at the end of the day, if you don't get it done when you're supposed to, your friends are coming over. So I had to reiterate that to her, man, on the third, the 3 days prior to, because I know how long it's going to take to do all the stuff she needed to do, right? And she ponied up, she got everything done, right? Would have been easier for her if she would have done it instead of doing it all one time. But that's how she rolled. So I'm like, okay, you got it done, I'm fine. Right, but that's what I'm talking about, right? For me, it's just like, okay, now you got to be a dad. Right? You got to be the adult, right? So that's why I don't agree with this, and this is why I'm talking about this kind of stuff, because you need adults in the room when it comes to these kind of things, man. Because a lot of you guys, I saw it with the FTC stuff with the AKB. A lot of you guys out there didn't understand. I think you guys have a better understanding. I'm not saying you're dumb, dude. I'm saying like because you probably don't focus on it as much as I do. So when you saw the FTC things, you got a lot of you guys got a lot of got a taste of what government overreach is all about. Some of you guys walking away thinking, maybe having a big government isn't the best thing. And if you came to that conclusion, for me, congratulations, man. You win the prize. Hey, Dale, what's up? Yeah, I'm just doing this on the fly. I kind of wanted to cover the stuff that's going on with Xbox, the narrative that's being pushed out, especially for people on my side that I listen to. What they're doing is they're associating Xbox. I just want to shine some light on it. I'm not saying they're wrong. But as Xbox people, we kind of know how Microsoft is already. I've said it before. I share a lot of your political beliefs. It was a pleasant surprise to see different ways of thinking. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I could kind of feel that from you too. I'm not saying we're going to agree 100% on a lot of things, right? But I definitely, I think we pull from the same thing of reason and being logical, right? That's a prerequisite, right? The Vulcan way, in some aspects. I'm pretty sure that can be applied. But yeah, I think you need a little bit of everything. A lot of my stuff and my principles are mostly foundational. But I do realize that, and then I'm also able to check my own biases, and I let people know as much when I'm going in. Yeah, Two Man says, "Hey, dear." Uh, but if you guys have been keeping up with what's going on, then let me get back on track with Xbox, right? And the reason why is Xbox Wolf. Um, if you guys are Team Bleed Green and you guys participate in the ecosystem, Xbox as well as Microsoft, I'm pretty sure. Tillman Dea says, "What's up?" Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate it. Um, I'm pretty sure you guys know where Microsoft lies when it comes to politics. Like, if you guys, I'm pretty sure you understand who Microsoft probably voted for in the 2020 election for president of the United States, right? It's which side they lean more toward, left or right. It wouldn't be a stretch for most of them to believe that they would be more on the left side of things. And I say that not to berate them of their political leanings because they're the opposite of mine. I say that because what's being said in the news isn't a surprise for most of us, right? Right now, Microsoft is starting to be one of those corporations that are getting targeted, and I don't mean that in a bad way. right? Because a lot of the stuff, the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing we talked about, this is, I should have touched on it a little bit more, but this is what happens when stuff like this comes up and people start paying attention, right? And one thing I did say to Unlimited is you still got to keep your wits about you, be reasonable, be pragmatic when it comes to this kind of stuff, because it can swing one way where I think is good. You have to expose this stuff, but then it can also come back the other way like a pendulum, and some people that don't deserve. You can become like almost the cancel can swing from the other side. Now, I'm not saying when I say cancel, guys, it's your choice to support anybody you want to or not want to. Okay, I'm just being honest, right? That's all up. That's all on you guys, dude. I I'm the same way. I'm not talking about that way. Like if a corporation, regardless of what its political beliefs are, or whatever they believe and their policies are. If you don't want to support that company, dude, that's up to you. This is why I don't get all hung up with the whole thing with Final Fantasy because I don't care. The Square Enix has made a judgment decision with what they're going to give PlayStation and what they're going to give Xbox. The thing that I do is I decide with my own money and my own time if I'm going to put in other stuff, right? Because they're sending a signal to me as well. And then I respond accordingly. That's the way I deal with it. And look, you guys might say it's easy for me to say, guys, no, I'm not the biggest Final Fantasy fan. And I know there's people on Xbox that want that, but that's how I deal with it. I'm just being honest. And if there would be another problem if Microsoft didn't have any games, right? Or their games were trickling out. I mean, I'm not talking about the first party or the AAA stuff. They've been putting that stuff out, but they have a plethora of games that you can play on the console. This isn't the Xbox of old. And people were ignoring them. I know that's the narrative out there, right? But that's par for the course, man. This has been going on. This happens to Nintendo. This happens to Sony. Dude, don't get caught up on the narratives, especially with the pony bots. They're the worst. Okay, so don't get caught up on all that kind of stuff, right? But the one thing that I see when it comes to Xbox is like a lot of people are coming at them and stuff like that. I'm not saying they don't have a right to do that, but as you guys know, man, we participate in the ecosystem, and a lot of us know what their political leanings are. Woke. The word of idiots, racists, and bigots. I mean, if you want to say that, I mean, if you don't want to take it seriously, you can, right? But I'll push back, dude. I mean, go talk to Disney about woke. Go talk about their financial bottom line and what they're doing. Any other company would have pivoted away from this crap, right? Because you want to say here that the word of idiots, racists, and bigots. I'll say it as the word of untalented, lazy, right? And people not of the community. That's my problem with it, right? Dude, if you want me to like something, produce something that I will like, right? Don't just throw something at me and just me to jump around just because I'm a person of color or I'm a minority, stuff like that, dude. I've occupied this spaces for years, and we've never had this problem. It's the problem with the woke thing and why it's getting all this attention because this was never a problem when I was growing up at all. And I've been a minority my whole life. I don't even consider myself a minority, but by using today's standard, right? Not, these things were fine, and the reason why that changed is because it became popular, and the reason why it's changing is because people are politicizing it, and even more so, it's a modern ideology that's being applied on things, right? That's why I'm talking about it. I'm sorry to say this, but Killer Instinct was gimp before Dumbass started calling stuff woke. Yeah, that's not. I'm not gonna disagree. I mean, I liked Killer Instinct, but who's saying that? Who's saying that? Was Killer Instinct woke? Dessa, was it woke? I don't know. I've never seen anybody say that it was woke. I've heard people have problems with appropriation. Some people come on and talk about appropriation and stuff like that, but that just got glossed over. That's the only thing I've heard. Woke was about race, and like everything, idiots attached to it, feminist and LGBT. I'm tired of hearing that dumb stuff. Yeah, man, I feel you, bro. I feel you, dude. And I think at the end of the day, that's what takes away from it, right? Because I know there's a lot of people that are in the Xbox community that purport for gaming and advocate for certain groups. Like I don't have a problem with that, right? Because that's what they want to do. My problem comes after when things don't work out, and then they they play a victim card. Is what I don't like, and I'm not saying they are. That's the only problem I have. I don't like the victim card, bro. When people play that victim card, yeah. But to your point, man, with this dude, that's what drives me nuts. You know, like I've sat here and watched Disney just absolutely destroy themselves, right, over all of this kind of stuff. And I find it interesting because if you look at the makeup of the people that pushing this kind of stuff, isn't it kind of awkward? I mean, it is to me, right? It's just like, no, I don't want to use that as an example because I don't want to speak outside of my. Well, when I think of another example, I was going to use one example, but that's kind of out of my wheelhouse. I'm just saying with Killer Instinct, they made the girls less sexy. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Did they really? I didn't know that. I didn't. Can you say that what happened? What did they do? Maybe they released something and made and toned them down. I see that happening today. I'm trying to think. Sorry. I don't know because the body, the body of the characters in that game, they're very over proportioned, right? But that's to me, that's the men and the women. You know? This is why comic books movies have been able to be successful, especially in this current time, right? It's because the technology within the industry itself, but because I was always into bodybuilding and stuff like that. Not me personally. I mean, kind of. I lift weights. I go to the gym, but more when I was younger. Um, and yeah, of course, when you're a young guy, you have aspirations to look like a Paul Dillard or a right? Flex Wheeler, right? I met Mr. Olympia, Lee Haney. He's the one. I think he's the first person to break Arnold Schwarzenegger's record. My friend worked at a gym, and it was like one of the main gyms that if you're a serious bodybuilder, you go to. I play basketball. I go there and use their leg machines all the time. But yeah, Lee Haney was a massive dude, man, and I believe he won. He's the first one that won more. Um, he actually won more. Wait, he tied Arnold, and I think he broke the record, or it might have been Dorian Yates. It was one of those two guys. Anyway, I'm getting lost, but um, in order to get to those levels, man, there's a lot of experimenting those guys did. And I'm just speaking of the culture of bodybuilding because I was around those kind of guys. Some of the stuff they would do, right? And it's sad because nowadays, if you would take those guys and if you would take the supplements today and take it back to those dudes would have pushed the sport, bodybuilding forward by leaps and bounds. There's a lot of stuff about nutrition and dieting, um, and I mean across the board, like sleep cycles, all that stuff. That's a lot of that stuff. I mean, a lot of it, for the most part, it worked, right? It was old school. I like to say it was old school, but the science now is so much better. Supplementation is so much better. The knowledge is so much better, right? That just about anybody can go to the gym and get a good body. In fact, I see it all the time when I go to the gym. As an older person, my as an old man, my reasons for going to the gym and what I'm there for to doing is more about function than aesthetics. But if you're an aesthetic, if you're based on aesthetics, dude, it's easy to do it. That's straight. I mean, across the board, man. I see women that go in there, dude, that just kill it, shape and form their bodies to what they want to look like. It's a total culture shift, and I think it's great. I think it's great. But so my point is like the stuff you've seen with Marvel and where they're able to pull it off, where Chris Evans can look like Captain America from the comic book. Um, you know, they can do that because everything's got better physically as well. So these guys look like the characters or can purport to look like the characters a lot better. That's why you're able to indulge because of that, those strides they've made in technology and because of the science behind making the bodies the way they are to make Chris Evans look like the Captain America from the comic book because they're so over exaggerated, right? Because that's the way comic books are. Um, right, to be able to do that in real time, that just adds to the immersion. So when you go in there, it's believable. This is why some of the stuff that they do, you can get over it because it's the fantastical, of course, right? But when they're putting all that time and effort into it, right, you appreciate it. Um, which is ironic, right? Because you don't see. I remember one of the scenes where the theater got the loudest was when Steve Rogers, when he's scrawny and then he transforms into Captain America, which was an awesome scene. It's from the comic book, but the way they were able to pull it off, and whoever did the training, dude, they got his body to the perfect look, so it was also believable. But man, the girls in the theater was just going nuts. Was I offended as a man sitting there, being all huffy and puffy about it? No. Right, because, and dudes approach it differently, dude. I saw him, I was like, damn, dude, respect, man. That dude is jacked. I mean, and I know all the work that probably went in just for that one scene, all the stuff he was probably doing to get that perfect look, right? A lot of what a lot of people don't realize when it comes to this, and why a lot of people fail is the dieting. Knowing your body and the dieting is the two main thing. That's remember Orchid was cheeks out and had the tit flash. I don't remember that part, but I guess what, I haven't looked at. I'm not gonna lie. I played Killer Instinct a couple weeks ago. I didn't notice that they had done that changes. I've actually been seeing it because people have been sharing it, right? Other games where they're doing that, or that's the whole thing with what's going on with gaming now, how they're trying to make the women don't look as not as sexy. I guess is what they're saying. I'm an old school nerd, so that was never a thing for me, and I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to throw shade or whatever, but I'm just being honest. Right? I'm on that old school nerd, dude. If you was a girl and you're attractive and you showed up in gear, I'd be like, oh, so you have this. I would check. I would test their bona fides, man, because I didn't look at people that way. I was like, some people say I'm naive and stuff like that. I was just a nerd. The most important thing to me back then was just the culture. And I was like, dude, do you like to play games? I can play games with anybody. I don't care who you are, right? I mean, when we read comic books, dude, we'd have arguments, dude, ridiculous, stupid arguments about who would win, Superman or the Hulk, right? I mean, we argue for hours, dude, in the comic book store. If a girl happened to be here, that she could jump in because she read comic books, dude, that was cool. We never really ostracized people because we were the ostracized, right? We understood what it meant, man, because the majority of the general population didn't understand. I want to say some of it was, and they were mean in aspects, but a lot of them just didn't understand. And that's how we were able to kind of have our own community of people, right? But yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, Dessa. Sorry if I come across that way. It's something that's what I kind of want to talk about, because that's what Xbox kind of came out and said, right? That the way, because what's that, Stellar Blade? The game is Stellar Blade, and that's been like the commentary on it, which is ironic to me because I went through a time of Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball. No, I understand that the technology is better, like I just talked about, but the graphics are a lot better, and some of this stuff could be risque and stuff like that. But if we're being honest, dude, the majority of people who play video games are adults. Right? And for me, and I'll be honest with you, I don't agree with that kind of stuff, but I don't look at it that way, right? I don't look at it as pornography and stuff like that. I just look at it as artistically. And again, I'm not trying to. That's just the way I am, guys. I've always been that way. I'm a nerd. Right, it's all, my focus has always been about that culture. Right, so when I look at somebody, the drawing, I do it now, dude, in anime, or my daughter, she's an artist, and she draws. She has a certain style and stuff like that. I basically focus on that style, right? That's what I'm looking at, right? And then if a girl happens to be well proportioned, that's great. If they're over proportioned, that's great too, right? Because I look at it from the viewpoint of what the artist or what the person who's making the content is trying to say to me, right? So, and if it's something that I don't like, I just walk away. That's what gets me about all of this kind of stuff. Dude, when I was growing up, right, I had my own, dude. I grew up as a Christian, man. I'm a Southern Baptist, right? A lot of this stuff that I won't participate in just because of my own morals and my own standards, right? Again, naivete was probably my greatest my greatest attribute when I was younger, dude. I just didn't look at. I was very naive. Didn't look at the world. I look at the world through a different prism than most people, right? I was that guy. You know what I mean? So, and then I grew up in a different time, and where I live was just a different environment. So all of that factors in. I'm cognizant of that fact, but that's how I grew up, right? So when I look at something, I just don't look at the physical. I look at beyond just the physical body. Now, the way some people draw, or the way they draw into the content, yeah, definitely you can get that off the bat, and then I just step away because that's not what I'm into, right? But the thing that gets me about this kind of stuff is that it's the problem I have with all this kind of stuff is that you have a lot of people that are trying to take away that choice from you. That's my biggest problem with it. I used to say if Xbox made a Japanese game that you look up a girl's skirt, it would have sold like crazy. Yeah. Well, there's people that like that kind of stuff, dude. we go to the anime. We went to the local anime expo, dude, and people complained because they had hentai there. It was one of the reasons why I got into anime. It was because I knew my kids were getting into it because it's popular here, and I was like, no, dude, I gotta regulate that stuff. You know what I mean? I want to let my kids look at that stuff. And so what happened was so they kind of had them off on the side, but the next year when they did it again, dude, they had to block everything. They put them in a certain area, right? And if you wanted to look at it, you have to go there and do it. And my thing is just to avoid it, you know, because I'm not into that stuff, dude. So, but that's my complaint, right? That's something that Oh, Dea, oh my gosh, I missed this. Dea, are you still there? I'm so sorry. I don't know how you guys do this, man. You can do. Dea, I'm gonna send you. I'm so sorry. Talking too much. So like right now, dude, I'm on Instagram because that's how Dea, I'm gonna send it to you on Instagram. And I laugh about it because there's so many people dying on this hill. Yeah, I sent it. When it comes to video games, I understand we're in the community, but I just opened my Instagram, dude, and there's some girl on here that's supposed to be like a fitness person, but you know what she's doing, right? And because I follow a lot of fitness people, you know, this stuff just pops up. It just does. Yeah, I sent it to you on Instagram, right? And there's girls that I follow on here, dude, because I get ideas for my daughter, right? It's just like, okay, you can do. So she watches the video and she sees how they're able. Because my daughter's trying to lose weight, right? And some of their stuff is very inspirational, but there's also people on here, right, that are. I mean, I'm not saying they're not fitness people, but you know, it's not. You know, they focus more on their bodies and certain attributes of their bodies, right? So what I do is I don't go there. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that. Yeah, please. I'm sorry. I hope you didn't leave. I do feel bad I missed that, but I sent you a link. Second man, I sent you one too if you're still there. Did I lose that? Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. But I mean, this shouldn't. Xbox stance on this. I'm surprised they came up with it though, because they're usually not that hands-on when it comes to stuff like this. You can tell their politics by you can tell Xbox and Microsoft politics. Again, they're a big corporation, right? A lot of corporations do this. I will say though that Microsoft's are true believers, or a lot of the people that work there are true believers. So again, guys, if there's this particular month and there's a certain thing happening in that month, you know that Microsoft is going to celebrate it, right? Like, I guess for me, it was the Asian Pacific Islander was recently. Was it recently? Or am I? Anyway, I fall underneath the Asian Pacific Islander category, right? And then, of course, they have the proponent of the corporation where they're trying to sell you stuff, which I have no problem with, right? As a celebration. At least on the Microsoft or the Xbox side, some of those people are indie. And they're trying to help them, you know, promote the cultural whatever. Okay, so and then again, that's on you, right? If you want to buy or support their stuff, I'm not saying you have to. Right? There's some stuff that they put on there that's supposed to be Polynesian. I don't know where they drew that conclusion, but it is what it is, man. See, that's one of the reasons why I don't like a lot of this diversity and all this kind of stuff, because it starts to get lumped in with other stuff, right? As you guys know, dude. Did you see what I sent you, dear? Was it me? Let me resend it. I mean, you know what? It might have been long. Please bear with me, guys. Oh, no, that's not it. Okay, I'm going to send it again because sometimes I notice when it's a long time, even though I copied it. I should just should have sent you here we go. I might have sent you to an old one. Okay, there, you should be good. I hope you can jump in here because I got to actually take a break. You're here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Welcome. Yep, you're coming in.
Okay, yeah, I was having problems with that.
Let me address something right. Off the church, don't take it hard what I said. Just wish people find me. No, I don't, brother. I don't. It's not you, bro. It's me. I get really passionate when it comes to Disney. Unfortunately, that's why I was upset. Because when you said comments and stuff like that, it just sent me off, dude. Because at the end of the day, dude, I love Disney and I love Marvel, I love Star Wars, so that should be like my chocolate and peanut butter moment with these guys.
Mhm.
But they're not going to change this up.
Nope.
And I've come to that realization over the last year. I mean, there were signs, and I hung on as long as I could. And some of the guys I follow was telling me they're not going to change, and I knew it deep down inside, but I still had that glimmer of hope. But now that I know it's dead, so I've been very
Yeah.
grounded about it. It's not you, brother. It's not. Trust me. It's like sometimes I gotta watch myself. Is when I talk about this stuff, dude. It's kind of because it doesn't have to be that way. That's the problem. It could have been. They could have took this to new heights, and they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah. Good dude, bro. I need church. I need church, bro. I, sometimes I'll be like, oh, I need it. I get too emotional about stuff than I should. But yeah, can you do me a favor? Can you introduce yourself and comment, and then because I gotta go grab something real quick.
Oh yeah, sure, sure.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself and welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm Dia 4568. I'm usually a guest on a Sega Forever show, and sometimes you guys can find me on Unlimited Truth as well. I just came on here to contribute a little bit to about how I feel about this stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use woke because I don't know what other term to use for it. But so if that annoys you, you just understand what I mean is that people who have agendas, who are pushing their way of doing things without, like Sega Man, I'm sorry, Sega Forever said, without giving you options, without giving you choices, because I find that the gaming industry is very hypocritical. Because let me give you an example of that. Let's say a game comes out and it has homosexuality in it, and though there are people in this country that might not be comfortable with that, okay, for various reasons. It could be religion, it could be that they might have their children engaging in stuff and they just don't want any kind of sexual content, anything to infer that at all on in their games. Let's, because I know people who want to keep everything very clean, right? But we're constantly being told here in America and or just in the West that we have to look at this stuff whether we want to or not. If you don't, you racist, you bigot, you istaphobe or something, and no respect for the people's ability to make a choice. No accommodation for people who just might not agree with it, right? Like that don't mean they hate people, but they just might not agree with it and don't want that content for themselves, right? They're not telling you that other people can't have that. They just don't want it. But we're constantly being told here in the West that you have to do it. You have to play games like that. You have to watch movies like that. You have to read books like that, and so on, right? But when it comes to when they need to sell something though, and you look over there, like say in the Middle East, just to use an example, okay, they remove that content. They don't sit up there and ask those people that they have to absorb that type of content, or else they don't give them those ultimatums. They simply remove it because they understand that over there these people don't want to have any of that content there, right? So, or the governments rather. So that's what I would like to see more of. And what I'm disappointed in, if this is true, and based on what I've seen so far with Microsoft, just to bring up Microsoft and bring it back around to gaming a little bit, that I'm disappointed in is that I'm already seeing less and less images, in my opinion, that look like accurate women. The stuff that I'm seeing is stuff that I've never seen in my whole life, and I am a woman. A good example of that is, and this isn't Microsoft, this is Sony in this case. The Last of Us Part Two, Abby. I've never seen a woman look like that in real life. I've never. I've seen women who was fit, and I've seen women working out, and I've never seen a woman look like the way they made Abby look, right? That was so ridiculous that I couldn't even. I was like, why in the world you can make her a fit woman? What's wrong with making her fit? You know, and that was one of the issues that I had, like say with Sony, just to make this fair. I already can tell you that although I like Fable, I hate the way the female in Fable looks. I don't even know what she looks like because she doesn't look like. I don't even know what she looks like. I thought this is strange because I've seen people look good and I've seen, everybody on the same spectrum. Women look good and women who don't look as good, but I just ain't what I'm seeing there, it seems weird. It's almost like it's forced. And then when I found the image of the woman that they used as a face model, that woman is beautiful actually. She's very pretty. And I'm like, why didn't they just go with the image that the face model actually looks like? Why didn't they? Because she's a real woman, right? Go with her. Does she look like a model? No, she's pretty, right?
Hey,
And
Jada.
that's fine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh, welcome back. Welcome back.
yeah, thank you. Just really quickly, I just want to comment,
Uh
kind
huh.
of back a little bit.
Mhm.
I'm not on you, but when I saw that,
Mhm.
the thing that I got out of the trailer. Now, I could be 100% wrong, and
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Right.
But this is just my opinion. When I watched the trailer, I found it funny because the narrative of the story is coming from the Giants' perspective.
Yeah, that's what Hebot told me. Yeah, and
Yeah,
when he told me that, I thought twice about it. And if that's the case, see, we don't know. We don't
yeah,
know right now
yeah.
if that is it. But he brought out an excellent point, and I agree with you on that.
Because I was arguing with a lot of people online when the trailer released, right?
Right,
And a lot of these people, because I follow a lot of these guys, and I'm like, because to me, it's kind of like, okay, so I play Fable. It's like
right.
one of my
I
favorite
Yeah, I
tabletop
played
games.
Fable. Yeah, yeah.
And you have to understand the humor behind Fable.
Right. It's a lot of like British humor, British
A lot
style
of tongue
humor.
in
Yeah.
cheek, right? Very witty.
Mhm. Mhm.
And so that's why the focus point that everybody saw with the Giant, because a lot of people know that actor,
Right.
and know the type of humor he has. And so it made perfect sense to me because he's actually talking down. That's what the big reveal is at the end of at the end of it, that he's the giant.
That he's a giant. Right. Yeah.
Now you know why he hates these heroes. And then of course we know the story of Fable, and what it entails and stuff like that, the storytelling aspect of it.
Right.
And so when I looked at it, I was thinking more like, of course she's gonna look like that because he doesn't
That's
like.
his perspective, right?
That's his perspective. Now that's what I gleaned from it, and that's what I was talking about. Now,
Mhm.
to your point, that could be it as well, right? We just don't know, like you said,
Right,
right?
we don't know right now. I'm just basing off of what I've seen. Like
Yeah,
that's all I can do, right? But
yeah.
I'm not just going after Microsoft with that. I've seen this in other games. Like
Oh yeah,
people look, you look like women look. Look, I know what a woman looks like. I am a woman. I've been around women. I've been in locker rooms with women. I know what women look like. Okay, um, and what I'm seeing more and more in games is that they don't accurately portray women. Even
hmm,
look, even if you have a woman that's overweight, even if you have a woman that's not so pretty, you can just still tell that's a woman. You can still see it in their features. But what I'm starting to see is more masculine images in women
right,
that I don't see in real life. I just don't see that. And they just they do stuff to distort the woman in a way where she looks worse. Like I don't it's hard for me to describe it, but I've seen this in multiple video games. It's not just the Fable game and stuff. People are using that because she's made so ugly in that. That's why that's like become a meme at this point. They use
right.
that image from Fable because she's so ugly looking in there. But you're right, that could be a parody, and that's why I am waiting to see. That's why I don't make a big deal of it until the game comes out, right? I think some people jumping the gun should just wait until the game is actually out first. But I get people are getting sick of that, and as a
Right.
woman myself, I don't even like to look at that. I'm like, I want to see real women, just like I want to see men. And in some cases, I don't want to see real anything. I want to see fantasy women and fantasy men. I'm gonna be honest here. I want
Right,
to
right,
see
right.
guys with nice shape and he's built well and so I want to see that stuff. And I'm like, what? Why should I be made to feel bad because I want to see that? I
Hmm.
like good looking men and I would like to see them in my games. I mean, you know, respectfully, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but it's like they make you feel bad because you might want to see stuff like that, or you want your males to look like that. Like, I mean, I like it when like I say comic book males. You know how they used to make them in their suits and stuff like that. I used to love that when I was younger and reading comics and stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, and I used to like when women were pretty because I used to say, "Oh man, she's so pretty." Like one of my favorite characters was Rogue. And I always thought Rogue was beautiful. I loved her. I love how sassy she was, and I just loved her image. She just was so fantastic. Her design was so well done, in my opinion. I loved her, and I would not want them to worsen her image because of some kind of weird, I don't know what's going on out here, but I wouldn't want them to do that because I like those kind of images and stuff. So
You know,
who,
the
I
body
don't
type
know.
of Rogue,
Yeah,
sorry, the body type of Rogue is a very 80s, mid 80s to
very 80s
early
style, but
80s,
I
90s body type. Yeah.
I like that though.
Yeah.
That's what I like, you know.
That's why I agree with you. I don't think you should put a hindrance on anything because that's the creative process, right?
Exactly.
And like you're saying earlier, I mean, you can pick and choose, dude. If I like, look, if this thing's straight up porn, I'll avoid it. This is why I get mad at people because they all tax stuff as it's porn, and I'll tell them
Uh-huh.
straight up. I was like, there's this actual industry online right now called pornography. Maybe you want to start with that, and then come back and talk.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because it drives me nuts because they understand, right? Because at the end of the day, they're picking and choosing their battles, and they're coming into this space. And now that nerds and people that occupy the space, or a country like Japan,
Hmm.
are pushing back and saying, no, you don't get to tell us what to do,
Thank
and we're
you.
going to
Yeah.
continue to do what you want to do. Just continue. It's just do what we've been doing for over 100 years, which is if you don't like it, then just don't participate in it. Right?
Right. And I'm okay with people making things that fit more what they want to see, but I still want the option to look at things that I want to see. Like you can't ignore a large portion of people that don't want to see the same things you want to see. Like I don't want to see a bunch of masculine looking women all the time because that doesn't reflect what I see in my everyday life. That's just the
Well,
truth.
you know that I just saw my Illuminati stuff out there,
Uh-huh.
but
Illuminati.
there's a movement. Well, there's a movement. If you know who Dave Chappelle is, he kind of talked about it of a
I
certain
didn't
group.
I didn't hear him say it. Can you tell me what that was, please?
Yeah,
What
so
did he say?
he gets attacked by who he calls the alphabet people, right?
Hmm.
And there's a particular fringe of the alphabet people that go after him. It's usually on the trans part, right?
Okay.
So
Why?
this is why
Because he made some joke or something like that. Is that what it is?
he's yeah, and the sad thing about it, I don't even think it was mean spirited. It was funny. But Dave Chappelle is the type of guy that he'll double down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he should because you know what? Why is it okay to go after some people and make jokes on them and not others? And
Yeah, he's
usually comedians go after everybody, man. They don't spare anyone, you know.
well. I mean, he's probably one of the most versed when it comes to that, dude. He'll make fun of his own race as well as other people.
Yeah, he does yes, Dave
One
Chappelle.
of
I've
the
heard that, yeah.
one of the best skits was the racial. What is it called? The racial draft.
Oh,
Remember when he had the Dave Chappelle show?
yeah, I remember that way back. Yeah,
Yeah, way back in the day,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that's what comedy kind of was, back in the day.
Yeah, back then, man, they talked about everybody based on weight. It could be race. It could be what country you was from. It could be political leaning. It could be anything. They would just joke on anything. It didn't matter what it was.
And I think since there's a flux, right, because some of those stereotypes have broken away.
Yeah,
It's not the same like 20, 30 years ago. But
right.
but one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to censor. You want it to kind of find its
No.
way. You don't want it to be organic. But to your point about making them look like men, the sad thing is not about female empowerment.
Hmm.
It's about getting acceptance from another group of people. Because these females, so quote unquote, dude, they look like dudes in drag, or they look like dudes that are trans.
Oh, well,
You know?
you think they trying to make people look like trans people?
They're normalizing it.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? So they
Oh,
want to make
this is all
women portrayed
yes.
as that?
This is all agenda driven, right? This is why you have the story hours. This is why you have all this kind of stuff, right? There's a huge push to normalize this stuff, and what's happening is people's like, no, I don't want to normalize it, and this is where you get involved or get canceled, right? This is the true problem with woke, right? And then when people use the term woke, um, it's actually on a left leaning term.
Oh, really?
It got co-opted by the right because what ended up happening was that's where the red pill thing came from, right? Because the Matrix.
Right, the red pill. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And when I was growing up, the left was the one that was more culturally relevant and
They
more.
were, and they used to, I agree with some things and stuff, but if they talking about, I don't, I'm fully against that.
Yeah,
Look, a person can do whatever they want to their bodies and stuff, but I don't want women, real women. I am a real woman to be portrayed as something I'm not. That I am not no trans anything. I'm not anything. I'm a woman from birth, and women from birth are different from men who transition into that. That's not the same. I don't care if that offends anybody. This is biology, this is facts, this is science. It's a facts to that. Women are shaped differently. biologically we have different, even musculature is different. Okay, all of that is different. So we're not going to look like them. We're not going to. Now there's some people who could pass pretty well. I've seen that. But the fact is, women are women. I mean, it's a fundamental, even down to how we act and behave and everything, how we fight. I can go down a long list of things that makes us very different. Um, but those things, I think, I always felt like women compliment men when it's done correctly. Um, Men are logical. They tend to be very good in leadership positions, and they're strong. I think guys stay more focused and stuff. They're not as emotional as women, and this is just a fact because I get like that too. I'm not going to even lie that I understand what I am and what I'm not. And that's why it's good that like coming onto a show like this and others, that I can bring up a woman's perspective. You're going to have women that fight against that and try to gaslight people into thinking that that's not how we are, but it is true. It's just a fact. Okay. We are a lot more emotional as creatures, but I also believe that complements a man. I mean, when you have a man and a woman together, they each bring something that the other doesn't have. And when they each appreciate what the other brings, that's when you have some of the best relationships and best unions that you can see. But if you try to make a woman into something she isn't, like if she's trying to be more like a guy when she's not naturally a guy, that's not going to work. It just doesn't work because we're just not inherently like that. So it's more than just appearance. It's more than just um putting on a dress or something like that. you know it's down to what makes us who we are, and we are just fundamentally different. That's how it is.
Also, Dea, so you support Passport Bros? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Support what now? What's that?
Do you know Passport Bros?
No, I've never. No,
Okay,
what's that?
we'll leave that on the side. I'll let you do a search and then we can talk about it next episode.
Okay. Okay, passport bros, you
Yeah,
said that's what they.
yeah.
Okay, I have to look that up.
But I feel you. I think that the sad thing about it, and this is what I hate about the way pop culture is now. One of my favorite, I think one of the movies that did it the best was definitely
Yeah.
Wonder Woman, right?
Oh yeah, I liked Wonder Woman. Yeah, I like that.
Because she was able to kind of keep her femininity as well as be strong and be smart. I don't think. I think here's the problem I have. I think women. No, I shouldn't say that. I'll say that. I don't think people realize, people in general, the power that women have when it comes uh, to. I mean, I'm talking about their feminine power, right? Especially when it comes to relationships, right?
Hmm.
Because you depend. A woman is so important in a marriage, right? Not only is she the mother,
Right,
right? There's a lot of things that she has to handle.
right.
There's a lot of things that she can do that a man can't do, and there's a lot of things that she brings to the table that some might say this is offensive, but to support a man that a man can't
Yeah,
do.
of course, to support the man, right? Because look, in any situation, I'm coming at things from a Christian perspective too,
Yeah,
but this
some.
has been something that has run in humankind for since the very beginning. That you just like let's take a corporation, right? Let's look at Microsoft. I use this as an example.
I mean,
Xbox. Let's look at Xbox. Xbox has one leader that has to kind of oversee everything, and that would be Phil Spencer, right? Now, Sarah Bond is the head. She's the head of Xbox. Phil Spencer is the head of Microsoft Gaming. Now, how do you think that would be chaotic if Sarah Bond tried to do what Phil is doing? Because she's not in that position. She's there to support Microsoft Gaming, but she's then in there in a specific role, right? So, and I'm just using her. I can use Matt Booty. It doesn't matter who I use in this case, but I'm just showing an example here. Like, there, look at things like a leadership position or a person who just takes the head as being somebody who's guiding the rest, right? So, like, if you look at a family structure, you have the male that's the head of the family, right? But he's leading the family in order to protect them and make sure he's making good decisions on behalf of the family. It suits him best to do that because he has his wife he has his children. And obviously a man is not going to want bad things to happen to his family, right? So he's looking out for them. That's his constant job, is to do that and provide for them. Whereas the woman is doing the nurturing, she's having the children. It takes time to raise the kid. She's not doing that alone, of course, but she's nurturing and she's supporting the husband when he needs it. You'd be surprised how often a guy turns to a woman when they really need to talk to somebody and sit there and talk to them. And when you're the best friend of your partner, it's wonderful. It's like you can sit there and talk to that person because they're more than just a spouse, they're also a best friend. And I can say that from personal experience. Okay. So it's a wonderful when you get that. If you don't get that, you can get a lot of problems. But when you get that, it's really great. And that's why I've always wished for other people in their relationships and stuff, is that they can have that. But one thing that each person has to understand is they each have a role. And if you respect that role, I'm telling you, it works really well, just naturally does. And it's a reason why societies that still embrace that type of what they call it now, nuclear family or something, they call it that, the traditional basically, does
It's a
much
nuclear
better.
family, but because it's so far removed, it's been called traditional.
Yeah, it's like it's crazy. Yeah, but that's typical of most societies, is to have a father, a mother, and kids. So, but but yeah, so it's a lot of good that comes from that union when it's done and handled correctly. Not just because you got married and had kids. It can't just be that, but the people involved in it has to understand their roles and understand why they're that way. It doesn't diminish the one or the other. It doesn't. And when everybody handles their position really well and they do the best that they can in that position, trust me, it works out. It works out really well. That doesn't mean you'll never have problems. People have to learn things as they go. And if you get married young, you're gonna have a lot of bumps and stuff, because you have to learn things. You have to have experience, and that takes time. That takes making mistakes here and there. It happens. But ultimately, if you grow old with that person, oh man, you enjoying some of the best years of your life, because you've been through the worst of it with them and the best of it. And I still heavily promote that, because I would love for people to still have that type of experience, and for kids to have both their parents in the home. I grew up with that. I have both my parents. My parents are still together.
Oh, that's a blessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why coming from a big family and stuff like that, you learn to appreciate your sisters. But I think you also got to factor in I think that's something that some people forget too. It's just like most of us have sisters. We have a mom.
Yep.
Right? We have to come from someplace.
Yep.
Back in the case of Maita, I have sisters. Now they're not all the same. They're across the spectrum,
hmm
stuff like that. But you know, for me, when I look at that, I think it is apropos to what a lot of the ills of society is nowadays. But real quick, I wanted to read fan rant.
Okay. What's that? Fan rundown? That's a newer person.
Yeah,
Welcome, welcome.
yeah, welcome. He said, "I like." Sorry, just this bird, man. I just
Oh, is that the bird? Yeah, I kept wondering what that noise was.
yeah, dude, it's illegal. But let's not go down that road. Um, what it is, it's a parakeet, and
Oh, the parakeet. Yeah, yeah.
now they've gone wild here. So
Oh,
they're all,
really? It's a lot of them there.
oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Um, I like I like tomboys. Also, if you look into stats, this is fan random.
Okay.
I like tomboys. Also, if you look into stats in humans on general, you'll realize that women and men are almost the exact same in how their brain works, nearly identical. Might as well be. It's almost like both genders are human, like both women and men are human. Thanks. Yeah, fan random. I think then, and studies have shown that they're very, very similar, but the stuff that they differ on is very different.
It
Right?
is. It's different. He's right there when you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's a lot more we have in common than we don't, right? But
Yeah.
those differences are things that, in my opinion, that each gender offers the other. Like it is gender based, because I've witnessed it. Like men are just different. Like when men get together and stuff, they behave differently. They do things different. Women have a tendency of gossiping. They have a tendency to talk about what somebody's wearing. I'm just giving you guys glimpses in this. They want to do makeup. They might want to, talk about who did your hair. This is just stuff that I've seen my whole life. Okay. We just focus on different things. We look at different movies and interest, like rom-coms and stuff. I like that, for instance. But I know my husband, he may like he may or may not like that. But it's just I just see that there's differences in, you know, um what games you might like and stuff. Like I don't care for sports games. I don't really watch sports. I do know women that are into sports though. But I'm just saying, by and large, there's this different interest, even in gaming, even in things like that. Like I tend to be an outlier because I like FPSs a lot, right? I like them a lot, but I tend to like cooperative games. Um, in the case of a lot of women that I know, they play different stuff. Like they might like simulators, and I'm not saying that's the only thing. I'm just telling you what I see a lot of. I see that they just play a lot of different type of games. They play a lot of different things, and I'm coming from a PC side too. I have a console, but I'm looking at it from that angle more too because I was playing there longest. So, but yeah, I just noticed that there's just some differences. Even jobs and stuff that women tend to gravitate to can be different. Um, Men, I can see a lot of men being engineers, for instance, whereas women, I might see them being a novelist, or like English and things like that. Here in this country, I saw a lot of women there, and I say that because I myself like to write and I like to read and stuff, and um, a lot of women in those fields, but I don't see as many men. I saw more men into the sciences and things like that. So I don't know what it is that causes that. I can't say like why that is the way, but it's just, but those differences aren't bad though. I don't consider those bad things. It's just interesting. Oh, you like to read too? Oh, that's nice. That's great.
I would say this. The thing I find interesting with women and how they come, or how men and women complete each other,
Hmm.
um, in a sense. Oh shoot! I lost what I was gonna say.
Oh, wow, that went quick. You was
No,
just
his bird keeps on chirping, and that's why I keep on turning the mic off.
oh, okay. Yeah, you keep making noise.
Because I'm trying to be cognizant because he's louder and sometimes not. Because when he flies, like he's across on the other roof, but when he flies on this side, oh my gosh, it's so irritating.
Oh wow.
And that's why it's hard sometimes for me to do a video. In fact, this video I did just was I had to sit in this chair where I'm at because my back.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I was like, if I gotta sit here, I might as well make a video. But anyway, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But continue, please.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just pointing. I'm not saying there's anything bad with it. I'm just telling you about my observations of what I've seen. Like I said, when women get together and guys get together, they just behave different. The things they talk about is different. And but I don't think there's anything bad or wrong with that. That doesn't mean there's no crossover. It is crossover.
Well, they
But
say, I remember now. So they say a man is very like tunnel focused, single focused,
right, yeah.
or a woman has a lot can keep track of a lot of things. So one thing that's funny about that is every time they do those skits where they go and they ask, they have a family and it has the husband and the wife.
Mm-hmm.
They ask the husband like, "Oh, what's your daughter's birthday? Who's your daughter's friend? Who's your daughter's doctor?" And the husband can't answer anything. What school? What
Oh
grade?
yeah. Yeah.
And then ask the mom. The mom's like that. This. Right down the piping. But what I will say is that because society has changed as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because women are a lot more modern. They're in the workforce.
Right, they are now. Yeah.
And if you want, I mean, if I put this out there for anybody out there, and I know I share a lot of this on my Twitter or
Mm-hmm.
X. But there's this channel I visit called China. Um, what is it? China Observer. It's on YouTube.
Oh, I've seen that before. They talk about the issues and stuff going on in China. Is that the
They're looking at the economy mostly. But
Yeah, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I have. I've seen that.
they bleed into the well, they talk about economy that which bled into the politics, but now it's bleeding into the sociological aspects of what's happening. And right now they have a super high divorce rate. Um,
Really? Oh, I
yeah,
didn't know that.
and then they're talking about how what they call leftover women, just women over 30, um, that haven't gotten married or have children yet, right? Because they're kind of focused on that.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they have all their population stuff and all these other things going on. But I think it's a great thing to not for them. But if you're interested in these kind of things, it'd be good to watch some of those videos to get an understanding. Because sometimes when you're on the outside, or when we're in Western culture,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard for us to kind of see it stand out. But when you see it from another perspective, another culture's perspective,
Right.
you probably see it a bit more clearly. And because of the societal norms changing there, which they're very, and it's not like the way we do it. Like, and like sometimes a lot of this stuff is radicalized, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But on that stuff, it's more practicality, right? It's
Really?
more, yeah, it's like more, like it makes sense, right? If you have dual income, or sometimes I think some of the people are getting divorced because it's more affordable. It's not just like they don't love you.
Oh.
Like in
Okay.
America, it's like, oh, you're a piece of trash. You lost your job. You drink. Like how we have our
Right.
dramas here.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not saying they don't have issues like that there. But what I am saying is it's having a toll on the society so much so. So what you could do, guys, this is a great social experiment. You can watch it. Excuse me, happening in real time. I don't know. I'm not promoting this or celebrating it. You actually have a case study to watch because it'll link you to other videos. And this other guy that I watched, his name's Serpentor. Serpentor, I think his name is. So he
Oh,
grew
I've
up,
seen him too, because he used
right,
to he married a Chinese woman and he
and you
used
have
to
to
live
leave.
there.
Yeah, but you have to leave, right? Because
Yeah, he had to leave because they were coming for him, the government.
so he did his latest video was on the killing season. So what's
Yeah,
happening in China is there's a lot of people like losing their mind, and
really.
yeah, like they're driving into crowds because their unemployment. There's all this societal pressure coming down. So
Oh
again, I'm not
man.
saying this in celebration or that I hate China, guys. It's just like if you want a case study, you could literally see this happening in real time.
Wow.
Just add them to your timeline and you'll see the videos roll, right? Because the Chinese government won't show you this kind of stuff.
That's
So
the yeah. I have nothing against the Chinese people, and I do believe that, and because of their government, sometimes they suffer needlessly. You know what I mean? I don't
well, if you
like
come
that.
I think if you come from a blue collar background, especially,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of stuff that was happening in the country in the 70s, late 60s, 70s, and into the mid 80s, when our industries were just destroyed for various reasons. I'm not just blaming the greedy businessmen or the union. I mean, there's just something that happened, and this is why they went overseas, and now that's happening to them,
Right. Right.
and the whole industries are collapsing. So, but the problem with China is they got a middle class, right? They had a burgeoning middle class, and you can see it was kind of changing them.
Mm-hmm.
But once you open that box, once you let the genie out that bottle, you can't go backwards. And so it's just
Exactly.
having a
Exactly.
strain on their stuff, and you won't hear about it because our media is trash, and you won't hear it from them. But at least their media is evil, but at least they know they are. So
What?
no,
Got it. Yeah.
it's a different beast, but the thing is the same.
Right.
But I will say there was a girl on social media. I saw her on Twitter, and so she's tomboyish. If you guys didn't know, I'm from Hawaii, but I grew up in the South.
Mm-hmm.
And so she was when I saw her, people were talking about her. So somebody attacked her, and the girl that attacked her is a bit more on the feminine side. So she was
Okay.
coming at like she's a kind of a tomboyish person. Very pretty girl though, very plain, very
Oh yeah.
pretty,
Yeah.
good shape, everything. You can tell she's an outdoors person.
Mm-hmm.
And I was laughing, and then because I was looking at that, and it's funny because the Big Ten is actually on the right side of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is like if you're on a political spectrum, the Big Ten is more on the right nowadays.
Right.
Um, because on the left you can't have you have to have groupthink. If you step off the reservation on the left, you're done.
Yeah, trust me, I've seen it. I've seen it. Unfortunately, among my own people, it's like if
Yeah,
you think differently, I'm a person that my father used to hate that about me and stuff because I would bicker with him over things because I don't follow easily what the group does, and I tend to think like, okay, what if that's not true? And I think on try to put myself on the other side of things, and that's why sometimes I find that even when we talk about things like with Xbox and stuff, I don't always agree with everything everybody else is saying. I try to fight that too because you don't want just constant groupthink because then you end up like PlayStation where everybody is just like, yeah, yeah, they go along to get along. I'm like, no, you need to make changes there and stuff. They're not doing everything right, so
yeah. And
but
then if you if you dare to go against their ideology, dude, you get voted off that island real fast.
Man, yeah, and that, yeah, trust me, I've been told I'm not black, I'm not American, I'm like, get out of here, because I have a different thought on on a particular subject or something. And I was taught early on to have critical thinking. And
Right.
and I don't see that anymore. I don't think that's being taught in school anymore, but at a time it was. And I still practice that, to the best of my ability. So oh, hi Zink, you stranger, you. I
Hey, Zane,
hope
welcome.
I hope your mom is okay. I know you've been taking care of her a lot.
Oh no, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, what was I saying? Shoot, Zink made me think. I saw him pop up. Um
You're talking about groupthink and stuff.
Groupthink, yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I don't tend to do that. I try to definitely be respectful about it, but I always like to believe that the people that I talk to understand that I'm not going to always agree with them on everything. They may not always agree with me on everything, and that is okay, and I'm perfectly fine with that. In fact, I like hearing that, if they come at it from a different angle, I say, okay. I've learned a lot from a lot of people, for instance. Oh darn it, Xbox, you popping up right now. I'm sorry, hold on for a minute. I had to shut that window. Sometimes game PC Game Pass will pop up in messages and stuff. That's what happened. But anyway, but yeah, he said, wait a minute, hold up. Zink said, yep, have to pick up mom in a few. Oh, you do? Oh, okay, that's good. I'm glad she's doing okay. But yeah, yeah, the group think thing is just something that I'm not saying that there's not going to be a lot of things you don't have in common with other people, but it's better to have different viewpoints and stuff, because we're all different as people and stuff, and it's good to see that people might come at something in a different angle that you haven't thought of. I remember when I started watching you guys and listening to you guys, and I was like, wow, I never considered gaming from this perspective, or I never thought of it from in that way. Or and you was all bringing up points that were fantastic, because I hadn't thought of it. It wasn't that I thought they were wrong, but it was just you was bringing something fresh to the table. So at the minimum, when you have people who think differently, they can at least bring something new. If nothing else, even if they don't change your mind on a particular thing, that's fine. But at least you heard something different. That's how I look at it. And so, yeah, but I was raised up to practice critical thinking, and I still practice that to this day. But because of the way people are today, you're not allowed to think differently. You're not allowed to have another opinion, or you're accused of being something that you aren't. You hate a certain group of people, or you aren't a particular thing, or you're racist, you're a bigot, you're whatever. Just plug in the label, and it doesn't matter what it is. I've been called everything under the book, because at any given time over a different subject I might not agree. So
Well, I like it because I welcome the debate a
mhm,
lot of times and the dialogue.
mhm,
And dialogue's better than debate.
right,
Um, so I welcome that.
mhm,
And I think we've gotten to the point because the reality has kicked in, especially over the last couple of years with
right,
what's going on, and not just in the country but in the world in general. And I'm not saying people aren't still having their opinions, which I think is wrong, but um, I'm seeing more people coming to the realization of what consequences are for choices made.
oh
Right?
yes, yes, yes.
That's
Yeah,
what I tend to fall back on. Like a lot of people, like like we just Xbox as example, with drones or corporate shills and stuff like that. And then when certain things happen, we're like, yeah, because I'm a consumer.
yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, it all comes down to you need to be a consumer, and you need to think like one, not like a corporate whatever. like like with bringing Xbox up, I still don't necessarily think it was a good idea to put the games that they had everywhere. I understand it from a business perspective, but I still don't agree with it, and I probably never will. Like it's probably nothing that Xbox could ever tell me to get me to go along with it, right?
Mhm.
But I understand it from a business perspective. But as a consumer, I'm gonna always have to reevaluate and see whatever Xbox is doing, because I don't have PlayStation. So whatever Xbox is doing, does that meet the needs that I have? And so far, it does. It does. I mean, again, they have a lot of value, so they can make a decision like that, and it still doesn't necessarily affect me, because they got Game Pass, they got great services on their platform. Something I was telling Realist, I think that time, um that I like the services and stuff. Like I pick platforms based on my experiences on that platform.
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm not having a good experience on that platform, I don't care what they selling. I'll leave because I want a great experience. This is a hobby, right? At the end of the day, and I want to feel great about what I'm doing. And it's not, to me, it's not just about purchasing the game. Like, it's everything else that goes with it. And I love the ecosystem of Xbox. So um that's why I probably am never going to leave it, the thing, as long as that's good. It's just so good to me that I can't imagine now being without it. Like, comparing that to what PlayStation offered, there's nothing else out there that I would go to. Like, if I left Xbox, I would just probably leave console gaming. That's where I'm at.
That's what I was saying in my other podcast, that I would do that because this is the last hurrah. I'm old, man. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time.
Right.
The thing that kept me drawn in is, like you said, the services. But also,
Services, yeah.
I'm very jaded. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't for Game Pass and ID and Xbox and some of the stuff that Microsoft is doing, that's
Hmm.
outside the norm.
Right.
Um, it kept me engaged, and I'm glad it did, because even the stuff that somebody would consider normal gaming has improved so much that had I stepped away,
Hmm.
I wouldn't be
Right.
experiencing it on that level. But like, to me, like going back to what you said, I'm not a big proponent of that. I never was. I promote the whole Netflix model for Game Pass,
Hmm.
and I believe content is king. So what I'm looking at it now, and I've talked about this in other videos, is I think they have an alternate game plan, but you just don't see it because they don't talk about it as much. But now I shift gears as well. I'm just like you. You do what you have to do. You shift
You do
gears.
exactly.
And so I'm
Exactly.
like, now you guys got to prove me. You know what I mean? Now you got to show me. Right? I'm not going to sit here and speculate or defend, because you can't.
You can't. Yeah, you're right. They have to put out, like, that's another thing too. I think that some of the changes they made, it was a little too early. And let's see, Farandam said, "What do you guys think of PC? Too expensive or something else?" Um, it PC is it's a range there. People just think automatically the most expensive thing, but I tell people, you don't necessarily look. You can, let's say you wanted to buy a PC to match the Xbox, right? Now I'm gonna tell you now, Series X is not no 4090. All right, if people making you think that, they out of their mind. That's not no 4090 experience. All right, because you wouldn't have no problems with 60 FPS and other stuff. All right, so we see how these games are struggling with that. So there's not that. So what I would say is, if the only way I would say that you should think or consider PC, number one, understand that it's a range based on what type of experience you want to have on it. If you want the highest of the highest, yes, you're going to spend money. But that's anything, right? That's anything in life. But if you want, let's say you wanted to match what an Xbox can do and a PlayStation can do, and but you wanted a PC experience, meaning that you want the access to everything. Because if you get a PC now, you can play, and assuming that you have Steam, you can play PlayStation games, Xbox games, and PC native games. There are games that only show up on PC that don't go anywhere else. Okay, and let's say you want that all-encompassing experience. We leaving Nintendo out because they're a closed ecosystem.
Mm.
So then I would say, yeah, definitely go with a PC. And no, a PC doesn't have to be expensive. What I would tell a person to do is to match uh, the highest high end console, meaning that, like in this case, right now, until the Pro drops and whatever that is, the Series X is the highest high end console that's out there that you can buy, right? And if you like that experience, but you would like it to be a little bit better, then probably get your specs close to that or a little bit better than that. You won't be paying the highest end of everything at that point. But I also would say that with PC, it doesn't hold your hand. It doesn't treat you like you're incompetent on maintaining your own equipment. You do have to do that. You have to keep your drivers up. You have to do things like that. And if you don't mind that for the trade-off of having better access to a lot of games and different things that you get, it's certain perks you get on PC you don't get on console, and vice versa. I will say that. But then I would say go with a PC because you still, in my opinion, it doesn't matter because as far as Microsoft is concerned, you buying a Microsoft PC most likely to play these games. Okay, so they make it out no matter what you do because every purchase of every PC you get, they taking money away because Windows is on that PC. So they're making money from you just buying a PC. Then you add on if you get Game Pass, now you have access to their games and or just through Steam from purchasing them, you got access to their games. So Microsoft wins all around there. I can't say that's necessarily the same with PlayStation. Yes, they're starting to put their games on PC, but they don't have the type of ecosystem that Xbox does. But I would say is that would make it worth it. And as far as expensive, it will depend on your budget and what you're trying to accomplish. You do not have to buy a $5,000 PC to play most games that's out here. You just don't. You don't have to.
Hey, yeah, did you hear about the news about um PC gaming stores on Xbox?
What? No, I didn't.
Yeah, there's a Phil. I guess he was did an interview, and he was talking about he wants PC gaming stores on Xbox Windows
I
on
would.
Xbox,
What do you mean, like
Epic, and
they're native or?
Epic and Steam. Oh,
Oh,
go ahead.
okay. Oh, wow.
I mean, this is just an I don't know the whole story. I was wondering if
Okay.
you heard anything about that.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that. I would have to look that up.
I
I
see
I
it.
mean, I
Uh,
think Xbox does need some work on the PC end of things, and I know they're getting there. But yeah, it needs some work. Um, if they want to keep people tied to it, like they need more games with the dual entitlement. They need more games for that. I don't know, a lot of times I can't find enough games like that, and I end up purchasing a game on Steam or something like that because I'm like, what? Where are these dual entitlement games at? So I had to buy the game twice or something. That sucks.
that's where I see myself when I noticed like when they were trying to do PC, or they were doing PC Game Pass because I got Ultimate.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, most of the games weren't on the PC Game Pass.
They're not. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't know that because I started off with PC Game Pass and then I moved over to Ultimate. Because first I started off buying Xbox games on Steam. That's how I started. Then I moved over to PC Game Pass and then I went to Ultimate. Then I bought a console. So I done went through every stage there. But and I do both, right? But well, I can barely get on my TV to play the console anymore, so I just mainly on PC at this point. But I noticed that when I do want to play certain games, I have to get it on console because it's not available on the PC side of things.
I'm wondering if they did that on purpose.
I don't know, but I would prefer they don't because I'm still giving them money. I don't mind buying through their store or anything. I actually like it if they got the dual entitlement there. I would prefer to get it there, but they don't have enough there. So it kind of forces me to make different decisions.
I think that's why I didn't go in on that stuff because seeing that because I do have Ultimate and I see,
Hmm.
and now because now you hear a lot of people complaining that Microsoft's going third party. Now they're all like focusing laser beam on PC, and I'm sitting here
I
looking at that
disagree
like,
with that.
well,
No, the
but I'm seeing
console side is so much better. I'm sorry, it is.
well for me, I'm looking at it like, well, I mean, I don't think in the way that they do, but I definitely, especially since I've heard people like you and realists talk about it, they definitely need to get better. That's what I'm looking at
Hmm.
at them
Hmm.
making it better, not that they're not the whole third party, like how people are panicking. I'm like, dude, I know two people, you and realists, that don't like the experience. So of course, I think that would be better if they did that.
Right. Right.
Right? And like I said, I'm limited on that, but I did notice that when I first got Ultimate Game Pass because I was sitting in my computer, I was like, oh, I wonder if I can play this game because my daughter was using the Xbox.
Right.
Like, oh, maybe I can play this game. But then when I went to look for it, I'm like, oh,
It's
I
not
guess,
there.
yeah,
A
and I
lot of
guess,
stuff is missing. Yeah, I don't
well,
understand it.
for me, it went, oh, I guess that's not. I guess that's one of the games that isn't. Then I started doing a deep dive. I was like, wow, a lot of the games are not on here.
A lot of them. And when I had first bought the Xbox, because I had Ultimate, but I didn't have an Xbox. The reason why it took me so long to get an Xbox is because it was so hard to get. It took me a long time to get one, so I finally got one, and then I was like, "Whoa! All these games are in there." I did not know they had all these games. It was like opening up a book and just seeing all these glorious games, and I was like, "Why in the world was that not on?" Because I started with PC Game Pass and they have some Xbox games obviously on Steam. They put their first parties there, but there was a lot of stuff. I mean, backlog stuff. They don't have that at all, to my knowledge, on Steam or anywhere else. I was looking at, like, I was able to buy Quantum Break. I wasn't in the Xbox ecosystem at first. So I finally bought Quantum Break and stuff like that. I did not see that in Steam. If it's in there, I never saw it. And I was like, wow, this is great. I get access to these games. But it wasn't until I picked up the console that I had
Then you knew, right?
it.
I was laughing because the one game that I really wanted to play, it was on the PC. Warhammer,
Really?
Warhammer.
Warhammer. Oh yeah, I was doing Warhammer. Now, when they first came out, they had problems, and so I stopped.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
reason why I stopped. Yeah, but it was fun though. I was telling people it was fun, but I had to stop because there was issues with it. Yeah,
But fandom mode. Unless they are exclusive OSC. What is that?
unless they are exclusive. You must have been commenting to something we said.
Oh,
Um, I'm not sure what that meant.
okay, no worries. He can expound on it. So I just want to say so because of that whole thing that they did. This is what I talk about in my videos when I say you gotta adjust yourself,
Right,
right?
right,
If you're not happy with what they're doing, and I'm talking about Microsoft,
right, right,
specifically Xbox and stuff like that. There's other options you can do, right? And it's funny to me because it's almost like it's a do or die, which you get caught up in, right? I love to use the mantra of bleed green and stuff like that, but that can mean a various things. So for me, like looking at what they're trying to do, which I don't agree with it, I'm 100% behind you. Yeah, I don't agree with it, even if it turns out the way I think it might, and then
hmm
ultimately, Microsoft will win in the end. But I prefer them take another route. So
I do too. Yeah,
now I'm of the attitude I'll sit back and I said, okay, now you guys show me what you guys are.
exactly,
That's
exactly.
doesn't mean I hate Xbox or I'm anti Xbox.
No, yeah,
Knock some people down. One of them being Tin Dog, right?
yeah,
Because he's
yeah.
over there talking about the gloom and doom of it. I'm like, dude, Xbox has at least two console generations. They've said it much, you know. And
I'm,
then
I'm,
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, and the only reason why I said that, right, is because I'm like, look, if you haven't noticed, they're fluid. They're trying to be as fluid as possible, and it's not just about the gaming. There's external factors. This is why I for the gaming community as a whole, dude, I can't really back them a lot of times, right? Because I'm like, you guys do realize that there's real world stuff going on that's affecting the gaming industry. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? And
right.
one of it is economy, right? And
It
so I'm
is. Yeah.
like, why would you, you know, Sony messes up, they're fine. Nintendo does whatever they want, it's fine. But when it comes to Xbox, they're always pointing at it. And I'm like, there's a part of me is like, no, I understand what they're doing. I might not agree with everything that they're doing, but I understand what they're doing. And
Exactly.
the conversations I have with these guys on Twitter, mostly pony bots, right? So I don't follow.
Right. Pony bots. Yeah.
But that's what I was saying to Tim. I was like, they have two console generations. Aside from the 4 games coming over, right? If you look at what Xbox has, just like you said perfectly earlier, right? It's the good way outweighs the bad, right?
Yes, it does. If people are being honest, yes, that
Yeah.
they may not like that, but everything else is so good.
Yeah, and
So
I'm being honest because I don't like it. I don't like that at all.
I don't
Right?
either. Yeah.
So what I wanted, so when I say I'm sitting back, like, now you show me. One of the things I was looking for at that business partner, because they went with that title, the business showcase or whatever partner
Right.
showcase, which
Right. Right.
Nintendo used. So I was like, okay, well, is Nintendo going to come over and be partners, quote unquote, with us? Right. So I sat there and waited, and nothing. Right.
Nothing. Yeah. We
Yeah.
saw nothing. Yeah.
Right. Then Sony was going to have an announcement, right? And then I'm like, okay, so are we going to hear something about possibly Final Fantasy? Nothing. Right.
Nothing.
So that's what I mean. So I'm like, okay, Microsoft, I think this is the direction you're still going to go. And maybe for various reasons you can say whatever. But if it's not, whatever. But now I'm sitting back and I'm like, I want to see. Now you got to show me, dude. You guys got to show me what exactly is your plan. Now I can still sit back here and say like, because I was just playing that mech game. I forgot the name of that game.
Mech.
Yeah, I just dropped in Game Pass last week. It's some kind of you're in a mech and then you crash on this planet. Then you got to build up you start a farm. I mean, it's one of those sim games.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And so I started playing that game. And there isn't a day that doesn't go by where I cannot lose myself in a video game. Right? That's how stacked Xbox is.
Yep.
Right? I mean, they got it all. They have everything. They have the best controllers.
They do.
Gotta work on
Oh gosh.
they got to work on quality control. That's the only thing I'll knock them on.
Okay, quality. That's fair. Oh, he bought. Hi, he bought.
Is he there? Oh shoot. Okay.
Yeah. He wants in. He wants a link.
Okay. Okay. Hey, what's up, brother? Yeah, I'll send him.
I just happened to look. Sorry we were late on that.
Well, this is an impromptu, so
Yep. I was like, I'm squeezing in on the marathon tonight. I don't care. I wanted to get some stuff off my chest.
no, that's fine. It's yeah. I
You know,
just
you and I have a lot in common. I noticed that early on. That's why I say that because I was like, I remember one time you was talking, and I was like, geez, he sounds like me. I was like, it was point after point. I was like, "Oh, that's crazy. It's like I'm there talking. Like I was like, geez, he sounds. And then sometimes you bring out great angles that I didn't think of. You do that a lot, and that's why I really respect your opinion. He bought is another one. I respect his opinion. Even Zink taught me a lot about how business people think. Like before, I didn't think quite like how business. I mean, he's really good at that. He could put himself in the shoes of what business people do and why they make certain decisions that they make and stuff. He does very good job with that. And I've seen people dismiss Zink because Zink can be animated, right? We know that because he loves his brand. Not that's what I love about Zink. But he's very smart. And I've told people don't underestimate him just because he's playing around in the console wars because he's having fun with it all. But at the end of the day, the man knows what he's talking about. And I can usually tell, so that's what drew me to this group because everybody had a stance that was educated or experienced, and they had something to add to the conversation that was just beyond, oh, your console bad, mine good, kind of barbarian talk. It was actually something that I can learn from and get more information from it.
I think
Learn,
that's the dream.
learn things. So
Yeah, that's a dream to a lot of the guys because you can tell they come from both, right?
right.
But experience, that's why I say to people all the time. Like when I argue with people, I try and be nice, right? But that's why. But when I get irritated with people, I'm just like, dude, look, I know you probably Googled this, you know what I mean? But I was there, right? I'm that old.
Right, right.
you if I knew how to do community notes, I could probably check all that stuff for you, right? Because that's just not true. That's not how it was going down. That's not how the industry was.
Right.
That's not how Sony was at all. The bad parts of Sony that you see now has always been their way.
Yes, and that was a eye opener for me because I didn't, it was times in my life I didn't pay attention to things like that. And so it wasn't until I started listening to you guys and you in particular, you said, "Oh, they were always that way," because I used to be a fan of Sony products
Yeah, I used
back
to.
in the day. I was too though, way back then when they were really big. I know what you're talking about. But
Yep.
I didn't know that they did practices like that. That's the parts I didn't understand. It was like a peek behind the curtain. And then when you started really going into detail about the things that they did, I was like, wow, Sony is a sleazy company.
Well,
They are pure sleaze.
the funny thing about us because their culture is different than ours. So like Fireboss will attest to this too, because he knows. They're very that's just it. They don't look at it as bad. They look at it as business, right?
Okay.
Like in that term, just like I was watching one of my favorite shows had the second season came back. It was called Physical 100. It's on Netflix.
Okay.
And it's like it's a competition where all these guys, so they get the most fittest people and influencers and stuff like that. They have these competitions, and it came to this one part where the guys were trying to win and they knew they were losing, and so people they have to stop. They came to this one last. It's like almost capture the flag. So they had this one flag they were trying to capture, and the leader of the other team realized that they were going to lose, so he told his team to catch the people that were coming with the bags and take the bags from them,
Right.
and then put it in the thing. And I bring that up as an example because that's the way. And at the end, and then nobody got into fights, right? People were not happy, but they're at the end of the day, they kind of like, okay, well, they did what they had to do. So that's what I mean with Sony, like in Japan, that when we look at that, we want to see the fairness, right, and all that kind of stuff. But over there, that's the way they look at it, and that's something that's I'm used to that. I'm not saying that everybody's like that, but what I'm saying
Okay.
is, like if you didn't know, how can I put this? Like if you're naive and you didn't know, you just thought everybody told the truth,
Right. Yeah.
and then one day you figured it out that it wasn't that way. That
Right.
kind of, yeah, like it didn't dawn on you. That's what I say with Sony. It just didn't dawn on them to do that. They just thought they were being good business because they're gonna win and they want to be successful and they're gonna destroy the other company. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So I'm not giving that as an excuse. It's one of the
No,
reasons.
you're just saying that's their worldview. That's how they, you're showing us. I guess that must happen a lot in Japan. Then I
Well,
guess.
there's something a word I love to use all the time called karma, right? So
Hmm.
it's kind of funny that their culture kind of looks at it, not karma, but they understand that part of it and
Okay.
stuff like that. So a lot of the stuff that's happening, they kind of made their own bet. And I'm talking across the board with their economy and everything like that. They
Oh,
are
I heard the economy is doing pretty bad right now. I mean,
well
is
they
that
were
true?
well they have inflation and deflation at the same time.
Deflation. That's what I heard. Not inflation, but deflation.
Well, they got
Yes.
both now. Yeah.
Oh, they got both.
So
Oh, it's gotten
deflation
worse than I last heard.
deflation was really bad, and that's why they're getting so many visitors. Because
Right, right,
like I
right.
know here in Hawaii, a lot of people went because the dollar to yen rate was so good. Um, so like if you used to go getting like a $5 plate lunch that they might over there, it was actually $3 when you went.
Oh,
Yeah, you kind of feel for it because people don't realize it's like, oh, that's a great deal, but it's. I like to use the KB Toys uh, example, right? It's like I used to go in there to get my McFarlane toys, so I couldn't buy all of them, and then I'll buy other toys, and then when one went on sale, like I didn't absolutely have to have it, but I want to complete the collection, I would buy that one.
right, right.
And then, but then I was like, I remember I went in there one time, and I got Yamir Yager, Penguins, right? I got Yamir Yager, and then who's my I can't think of my boy right now, Mario Lemieux, and I bought no, I bought Mario Lemieux, and then I have to pick up my Spawn stuff, and I was like, okay, Yamir, I get paid next week, so I'll come and grab it, right? And so then I
Mhm.
came back the next week, and he went from being like $14 to $4.99
Oh, okay.
within a week, and I was like, so
Wow.
I was like, oh, that's not good, right? Because normally there's that waiting period, right?
Right.
And plus, I love that. I love to play that game, right? But there's that waiting period you got to wait too. But then you saw them doing that a lot, and that's when I knew they were going to go out of business
Oh, okay.
because it costs money. You're not. I was like, because I'm sitting there going, dude, how are you making a profit? And you're not hiding it and everything else because you're doing that with all this stuff, right? So it was the writing was on the wall, and then they finally collapsed. So
Hmm.
that's the problem with deflation, right? Is that you're not because China had deflation really bad.
Oh, okay. Well, wait a minute. Okay. So right now, I know Japan has it because I heard about that. I didn't know they had inflation now, though. I was hearing that they had deflation.
Yeah,
But now you say China has it too?
China has everything. They have everything going on right now, but deflation is because they have so much product, right? And then but nobody has money.
Yeah, I'm imagining people aren't buying as much stuff anymore. As I know, I'm noticing it. Just look at food alone. That stuff is high as heck.
I try and tell my kids, I'm trying to teach them a lesson right now because we're in Hawaii, and then we went. I had to take my son someplace. So afterwards, we went out. My son was like, "Oh, Dad, it's pretty busy," and I was like, "Yeah," and I was telling my son, in these kind of times, you need to be cognizant, right? Because you kind of show your hand, right?
Hmm.
Because it's like people are suffering, not suffering. Oh, people are suffering, but economy's bad, so people are pulling back, or they might be suffering, all that kind of stuff. But
Yeah,
if you're a
there's
person that it doesn't affect you and you do whatever you want to, people will notice that.
yeah, yeah.
So I was trying to explain that to my son. I was like, be wary of your surroundings, right? Because like that guy Serpenta I was telling you, he did a video that he's calling it the season of killing in China, because that's what's happening.
What?
A lot of people, well, they have no hope, right? They're like
Oh no.
some of these people are $167,000 in debt,
What? Oh
no job.
wow.
They're trying to survive on $300 a month, and their rent is like $200. Like
Oh
if when
my
you do it deep
goodness.
dive, you see all this kind of stuff. This is the economy. Like this is what I talk about with the economy. This is why some people are wondering why things were expensive in the pandemic because all our stuff was made over there.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
And right now
Our
with the
stuff went so high. It was so high during the pandemic. I was like, oh my God, how are we gonna make it? Was crazy high. Some things was okay, but like the oddest things that you would find that was just high. Like you were like, what the heck? In the
normally
pandemic.
normally for America, or at least the history of this country, was this could be a good thing for us because we always would rely on ourselves. We would
Yeah.
fall back on our own
Yeah, in
engine.
the past we did. Because we could, because of where we live and the resources, we could always make things ourselves. Even people don't even realize that gas. We can produce our own gas. We don't even have to go nowhere else to get it.
Well, the government put the kibosh on that, right? 'Cause the
They
government-
stopped that, yeah,
yeah,
because Trump did show us that we could actually be that we got to a point where we were selling other people's stuff.
yeah, we was making money.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's
I
why I
did
don't like
not
it.
even know America had that much gas.
No, we have more than gas. The reason why we get from other people too is because of in times of trouble. That we
Oh,
can
okay.
stuff. But
Right,
you
yeah.
know, when Trump went in there, he's like, "Oh no, but we can do this." So he showed that he can.
He
And then
did
plus
show that,
we
yeah.
can do we do fracking, we do gas, we do
And you have oil because you have oil in Texas.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you can also do nuclear, right?
Right,
People
nuclear
think of
too.
nuclear, yeah.
Yeah,
When people
yeah,
think of
nuclear
nuclear, they
too.
think about 3 Mile Island.
Yep,
We haven't shook that stigma. You know
yep.
what I mean? So it's a lot more efficient. It's a lot more
And
safe.
it's cleaner than people think. Yeah, it's a lot of misconceptions, but you're right. That's like the cleanest form, I think.
So this
Yeah.
thing, that's why I can't stand environmentalists because it's twofold because they're also being used, right? If you notice that certain people have money now, it's because they, you know, like so the way it happened before, and I'm saying that didn't happen in the past. You heard about like the oil barons or the cattle barons and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Kind of
Yeah.
come in that market.
Yeah.
So this is to me, this is the green energy barons, right? So these are the
Right.
people that got ahead of it. They can make a lot of money off of it, and that's what they're doing. But unfortunately, it's at the sake of because there's people telling them we don't want this or it's not efficient enough, right? So like when they're
Right.
bad or it's like what happened in certain states, right? Like Texas of all places, right? Because they went. You can tell like there was business deals and they brought it in and they're relying on the grid and stuff like that. But when that stuff went
Yeah.
right, people were left high and dry. So that's what I'm talking about. So you had a system in place that was working, and that
Yeah.
stuff basically all shut down. And that's what I mean. We would normally fall back because what I was doing was because I need to work out, and it's not for because I want to look good. It's because of function. And so a lot of the gyms closed down. So one of the things the VA kept on sending me stuff. I was like, you know, it'd be cool if I start like if I could start my own business and manufacture stuff and sell it. So I kind of looked it into it, but the problem with that is when you look at it, we've detached ourselves so much from industry, from being industrial,
Yeah.
that you can't do it. You can't because all of our stuff is
Yeah, it's impossible because we import so much just to make the product. Right. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I'm not saying we don't have deposits and stuff like that, or we've allowed other people to take the lead and stuff where we shouldn't have. And this is where people get mad about. This is the greed part that I do agree with people, right? Like with the food, people are beginning to realize that there's people behind the scenes, right, doing things to keep the cost high.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's the real nitty gritty of it. That's the problem with it. Because if you are involved in this kind of stuff, you got to be fluid. You got to be able to, like my grandmother used to tell me this word, you know, being a fear God fearing woman. She said you should pray for discernment, right?
Agreed. That's the most important thing for a believer. You're right.
You need to be able to see things as they are and
It
look at
is. Yeah.
them
Yeah.
and be able to tell, right? So when you
Yeah.
get involved in this, that's the problem with a lot of people. Either they don't have the time, or they don't have the capacity. And by that I mean, but capacity is not being smart, but just
Hmm.
that effort, right? That energy and effort to put in to maintain this kind of stuff. It's just a lot of work.
It is. It is. And that see, I think sometimes that, taking the easy way out is a part of it too. People don't want to sometimes put in the work that they have to in order to get certain things accomplished.
Right. And it's sad that it's like that, but that's just the reality of it. And this is why people get mad at me because I just deal in the reality of it, or I like to deal in the reality of it. And this
Hmm.
is why, I mean, pivoting back to video games, this is why I do video games, right? And the reason why I started this podcast, if you want to participate, you're more than welcome to be here anytime you want to. In fact, I'll just link you next time. But that's why I wanted to do these podcasts, right? Because it's infecting it. All this politics and stuff, all this woke stuff is affecting.
Oh man, yeah. I'm so sick of that. I play games to get away from that stuff and I can't even escape it anymore. It's like I heard you a little bit talking about the whole Gamergate thing. What was that? The Sweet Baby stuff, and that
That's
stuff is getting worse. And I'm just like, I mean, I understand that we do have to discuss this stuff. Don't get me wrong, because you have to. But I just get sick of it sometimes. Like I'm even just wanting to forget things and just play games and kind of pretend I'm somebody in the game, whoever the character is, and and just enjoy myself. That's what I'll be wanting to do. But it's like sometimes it's just so hard because everything is politicized.
And that's why, because I am politically charged, so it's not hard for me to transition. I prefer not to, just because this is my escape. Like escapism is my main thing when I do this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
And it ruins. Decent. Okay, it ruins the fun of why, or the enjoyment of why we do these things, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because at the end of the day, if I can't immerse myself in your content, which is the big problem. That's what I was trying to say to Dustin. I wasn't trying to do when Disney, Star Wars, and Marvel. It pisses me off so much, dude, because
Oh,
it didn't have to
man.
be that way, and I thought they were at the cost on the cusp of doing something that will never be done again
I
in the
know.
movie industry, and something that the movie industry needed to shake it up.
It did. It did.
But they just pissed it. I'm sorry to use the word, but I just to be honest, they just pissed it all down the drain, and
Yep.
they didn't have to. That's what got me about it, right? They wanted all of this stuff, and I'm like, no, dude, just focus on the story, focus on the characters. I've been reading your books for the longest time. There's no more diverse thing than a cosmic universe.
And that's the thing that like take Star Wars. Star Wars was already diverse. What the heck did they want? Some of the main characters like if that's what they care about, right? I don't know. I think it's beyond that. But because they take property, like for instance, I even hear people whining and complaining about the X-Men. X-Men is already diverse. It always have been. It was conceived that way.
Well,
And
the thing
then
with X Men, like the thing about the diversity in X Men, what it was, and this is a point that somebody made that I want to talk about when it comes to Xbox, about what their point was in saying about the not making characters the way that they are. But with X Men, what it is was they were diverse in the sense of they were diverse and open. So anybody, regardless of who you were, if you always felt ostracized, this is why you would gravitate towards the X Men.
right, right,
It wasn't a particular group or said group or whatever. Like it wasn't just for me, like just Hawaiians and Hawaiian
right,
rights and
right,
and and a territorial thing and the imprisonment of the queen. Right? They didn't have to tell me all that kind of stuff, right? If you just felt ostracized, right? I mean, you could step in there and then you could have comfort in that and solace,
right.
right?
Exactly.
And then on top of that, you drew really well and you told a great story, which was the main thing,
Exactly.
right?
And also another message that X-Men had was that at the end of the day, if they were all humans anyway, this was a natural evolution according to the story that humans were headed into anyway. So what they were fighting was themselves basically, because first off, the X-Men were coming, they were born from humans and then humanity was heading in that direction anyway. What they were going through was an evolutionary stage
Right.
in humankind at that point in time, based on the story, based on how I understood it. And so when I realized that in the story, I was like, this is kind of silly for humans to fight against the X-Men because they basically fighting against themselves. you know?
Well, I think that was the great thing about the story. The funny thing is, when Stanley talked about this, a lot of people wanted to give him bona fides for the deepness. Like depending on what age you are, you can read into it all kind of ways, right?
Right, that's true. Yeah.
But then Stanley
Because
blew
it wasn't preachy, that's why. So you can kind of read into it.
Yeah, and that's what and that's why Stanley blew that all up because they were asking him, they were expecting him to say some kind of sage thing, and he's basically like, well, when you're making all these characters, right? You run out of ways for them to get superpowers. So I thought, oh, why aren't they just born with it? And and people look
Right.
like, what? It kind of like blew up their whole idea, but because it also wasn't Stan Lee, it's the people that came after him. And
Yeah.
it was the current time, right? Of Marvel Comics was considered the comic books of the college angst, college youth of the time, because there's so many things that was going on college campuses in the 70s that they could mold themselves into a Spider-Man, into an X-Men, into an Incredible Hulk. And now I'm not saying that that was the goal of the people that was writing it at the time, but if you look at some of the stories that Marvel tells, like at the end of the day, Hulk is the monster comic book, right?
Right. Right.
Fantastic Four is your science fiction.
Yep.
There's all these kind of things that they do within the
You got
comics.
the Punisher, you got Daredevil. I mean, a lot of great titles, and all of them are different, and they kind of hit a different spot for 'cause I love those comics.
Well, this is why like so many other pop culture genres outside of the US are doing so well because they picked up on that. And I'm not saying I know it's influenced by our culture, a lot of this stuff,
A lot
but
of
all
it,
they're
yeah.
doing is just revamping and putting out back to us the stuff that we grew up with.
Right.
And I think and for the most part, I think that's a positive thing. But somewhere along the line, somewhere along the way they lost their way. And I think this is one of the great travesties of pop culture right now. So like you use the term, preachy, and I used this
Mhm.
example on a podcast when I was like trying to explain to people before this whole woke thing blew up. And I was like, look, let me put it to you guys this way. Say you have a thing where Captain Marvel is fighting Thanos, right? And having this huge cosmic battle. And Captain Marvel's trying to secure the gauntlet from Thanos. Thanos punches Captain Marvel so hard she collapses on a planet that's eons away, right?
Okay.
And then she's recovering. She gets up, and then you're like, you're in this battle. It's like asteroids are being thrown, black holes are being created, all this stuff's going on. She lands on the planet. She picks herself up. She's like, okay, she's the hero. She's gotta stop. She could die. This is high stakes, all this kind of stuff. And then what if she starts? She stops and just looks at the camera, and she goes like this, fighting Thanos is bad, but imagine what eternal life is without Jesus Christ, right? Like, what if
Mhm.
she says something like that in the middle of the movie?
Right. That would seem so off, and yeah, it was just like what?
So for
Yeah.
people like me and you who are people of faith,
Mhm.
that's a great message.
Right.
But we also know about throwing pearls to swine. So probably not the best time
Right. Exactly.
to have a testimonial. Like you want me to stand up in the theater and start parsing tracks.
Right.
Right? So there's a time and place, and I say that because if I utilize religion to make a point, they'll pick up on it because
They pick up on it. Yeah.
they have a preconceived notion about religion. Like these guys don't see themselves as the religious zeitgeist that they are, right?
Right.
But if you point that out to them, they were like, "That's ridiculous," because religion should, they're the same thing. You shouldn't have God in this, and you should have religion and we're a liberal society and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, but you're doing the same thing
That's
because,
exactly
because
that's
this is your
exactly it.
religion. That's why I tell people all the time on social media. I'm like, dude, game recognized game. I know what you're doing. And I told this one person, I just blew her mind. I was like, dude, if Christians had the same type of faith you guys have in all this woke stuff, there would be a revival.
I can't deny that. Yeah.
We'd be going
Oh
back to the
man.
revival days. That's how strong they are in this
Yeah,
stuff.
it's strong, man. It's strong. I mean, you see that in Christians in other countries,
Yeah.
not sometimes not in the West, but look in places where they're being persecuted. You do see some strong faith there, but man, you're right, and that's the thing. A lot of them don't even realize that. Oh, there's Ebot. A lot of them don't even realize that it's like it's taking faith to keep them people going. It's like a cult because the way they pushing this thing, and I'm like, you know they act like they're fighting the great cause or something. I'm like, this is cultural stuff. I mean, it's not that. Why can't you just let a person tell a good story or something? I don't understand it. I don't understand why they take things to that degree.
Yeah. And they don't understand it either. That's the problem. And that's why we're
Listen,
dealing with stuff.
you cannot fake. You can't fake being a gamer. It's like what you can't fake when you have experience doing anything, right? Whether it's a mechanic, whether you're a cyclist, whatever the case. There's just things that you can't fake because the only way you can know that the person's experienced with it or on it is from hands-on experience and years of doing it. You understand? Like a welder.
Exactly.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
And I didn't mean to just barge in. I'm trying to like sneak in the topic y'all talking
No,
about.
no, no. Go ahead. We,
Because
we was
it's
waiting
so
on you.
funny.
I was like, in my mind, I was thinking you taking too long. Where you at?
No, 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 hun. Hi, by the way, how are you? I hope everything's okay. Just been
I've
rough.
been
It's been rough.
you. Oh,
I had a
you've had it. You've had it rough.
been
You
having
said.
a rough week. I'm
Oh,
aggravated.
okay.
You know,
I have to keep you in my prayers. Then he bought. You
my
stay
car, my
strong.
car got flooded in with
What?
rainstorm we had, and it
Whoa.
immersed water. Somehow my engine, I think, might be shot. So I got
Oh,
to get it
whoa.
repaired. Hopefully the insurance will take care of it because it's not an accident, but I have to claim it as one because it happened during a rainstorm.
Right.
And then
Wait a
I might
minute. Was that when? Because we got hit by a lot of snow. Did you guys end up getting some of that?
not snow. We got a
It was
really,
raining.
really bad rainstorm. Yeah, it was like,
Oh, okay.
and in Jersey, a lot of areas flood. They flood up.
Oh,
A
okay.
lot of areas in Jersey. So I was taking my daughter to work, and it's on the mountainside. So coming down the hill, there was a puddle, And when I went through, my God, my car turned into a submarine.
Yeah, yeah.
But it didn't look steep, but it was stupid steep.
Yep.
So
I've experienced that
engine
in
caught,
Michigan with flash floods.
yeah, my engine was smoking. I think the pistons got wet. I think water got in the oil. It was just, oh my God. I'm just hoping that I don't need, like, it didn't mess up the whole engine block and I got to rebuild the whole engine. I hope not anyway.
Oh, yeah.
But
Well, have you
because the
taken it
insurance
in
might
yet,
not cover it.
or
Huh?
have you taken it in yet, or have you had it just looked at?
Well, my mechanic is doing the work on it and let me know exactly what it needs. He's trying to do, he's troubleshooting it basically.
Oh, okay.
Like trying to see if it needs a whole engine rebuild or repair. Because in most cases, since it's so much money, the insurance might be like, nah, we're just going to total it. They'll give me like the difference or whatever is worth back. That's it. You know what I'm trying
Right.
to say?
Right. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
could be as low as, let's say, $5,000 with the economy the way it is now. Even though it's a $45,000 man. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah.
That's just how it is, unfortunately. Then my fucking flip phone broke on me. I'm like, holy crap. So it's just been rough.
Oh, gosh.
It's
Yeah.
been very angry. Very, very angry and frustrated, plus looking for a place. Haven't had no luck. It is what it is. And then Phil Spencer just keeps on getting me angrier and angrier with
What
his
what what did he say this time?
with his weak with his weak nature.
Yeah.
I understand what he talks about, but he's not understanding that they did this to themselves by not being stern in what they were gonna do. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm lost. What are we talking about exactly? Is it the games
Well,
going to the other
he's talking
platforms?
about he's trying to blame the position of what is going on with Xbox that is not as much interest, let's say, as PlayStation or Nintendo, right? Because of Gen Z. That's what he's trying to say. Because they only like certain consoles, certain products, to have their things certain way or on the move or on a phone, whatever the case may be, right? But they built, they made their own bed by not being stern. If they said, we're going to do this, then that's what they had to do. Instead of being, oh, we're going to do this, and then a year or two later, oh, we're going to try this now, in favor of the other two consoles that basically don't give two shits about you.
Agreed there.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say?
Agreed.
Nintendo and Sony have been very vocal that don't give a fuck about Xbox. Like Sega Forever was talking about before when
Exactly.
you guys were talking, and I heard him where he said, okay, let's see this partnership show. Uh there was not mention of, oh well, Nintendo and us, we're gonna partner up and we're gonna bring some Nintendo classics to Xbox on Game Pass, and we're gonna share some games with them. You see what I'm trying to say?
Exactly.
It was
And
nothing like that, right?
may I
But
add
yet
something
Nintendo,
before you continue? I just wanted to say that also in Sega Forever has said this, that the momentum behind Xbox has slowed down because there are people who have left. They they
yes,
they
but it's
just
slowed
say
down because of their own fault.
they did this, and
Their
the thing
own,
is
they
it was
self-inflicted wounds because they worry too much about what the people on social always have to say, and most of those people are trolls, Xbox haters, or Sony fanboys, right? You get
right.
what I'm saying? And they
And,
don't understand that.
and here's the thing, and I've said this, and I've repeatedly said this, and I'll stand on this till until my grave is raised on it. Is that they never gave Game Pass a chance to prove itself because just as the games were starting to come, they haven't even come yet because Hellblade hasn't released yet.
Yeah,
They
they
made these
know
big
they
changes by putting games elsewhere, which circumvents Game Pass. Game
look.
Pass is the exclusive, like that
Yeah,
service is, and they didn't give it a chance when they finally had the acquisition go through ABK. They couldn't wait to start putting some games on other platforms. I'm like, can you at least wait a year or two to see what now these influx of new games and the ABK deal is going to do for Game Pass before you make a decision like that?
it's that the problem is that okay, he's the head, but his boss on top of him, right? The other people, they just want to see money because that's all they want, profits. That's it. And yeah, we get it. You want profits, but when you're doing that type of investment and that big of a deal, right? The investment is not going to show right away. It takes some time. You see what I'm trying to say? But they don't want to see that. They want investment like right now, immediately,
I
right?
don't
But
know
at the
how much
same,
more money they could want when the Xbox division has now surpassed Windows. What more
right,
could they possibly want?
exactly.
And
That's my point.
that was
So
just
it
after
comes off,
acquiring it.
it comes off as greed, and that's how you know that the people making the real decisions is not really failing them because gamers know how things work. And the reality of it is, you will get. Look when Starfield came out, right? When Starfield came out, everybody on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere, even Twitch, that's all they were talking about was Starfield. And all you saw was a bunch of people migrating over to buy Xbox because
Yes,
to them, it's an Xbox only exclusive.
yes.
I
They were
saw over,
start. They were beginning. That was just the tip of the iceberg. You're right.
right.
That was the
That was the
very beginning
beginning
of them doing it.
of that transition. And
Right.
when I saw I saw over 100 people saying, "Oh, I had to buy an Xbox because I have to play Starfield, and I love Bethesda."
You want to know
Right?
what other game they were saying that too, and the
Not,
game hasn't been released yet? Indiana
and
Jones.
right, but this is what I'm saying, and I seen these videos, and people after they did those initial videos, then you saw other videos like, "Oh my God, Xbox is really fantastic." I really didn't know how good it was, and it gives you so much value, so more games, so much nice experiences that I didn't even know, and I love the way the console, you interact with it, how it feels, and press it and see. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
And they were saying how and plus I love the ecosystem and all that type of stuff. Like
Yep.
smart delivery,
Yes.
the backwards
Yeah.
compat, a bunch of stuff they kept mentioning,
Yep.
right? And I don't know why that is. For some reason, whether it was the holiday sales, whether it was just people keep talking, or whatever the case may be, they somehow thought it was going to supposed to continue like that right away. No, because Starfield is a AAA big
Exactly.
Bethesda game.
Exactly.
We're
And
talking about a Bethesda title that is new. Their games are always huge, and they always grow with time.
that's
But
true.
when you go and say, well, we might consider to bring it somewhere else, then you come and find out that they've been working on Sea of Thieves for like
Yeah, the
more than
whole
three
time.
years.
Yep. They had
Meanwhile,
been
the
work.
whole time they're
Yep.
telling you they're not going and putting no games anywhere.
Yep. Yep. They were
People
lying.
get there.
I think people are I think people are more upset because they were kind of like coy about it.
Yeah,
So
because
when
they're
the,
basically lying about something
yeah,
and making people feel stupid.
Yeah.
oh,
Their
People don't like
fan
to be
base
lied
feels
to. They don't like to be
right.
lied to. They don't
yeah,
like to
Exactly.
be lied to. And if you're telling them, no, we're not putting it nowhere, but yet you have PlayStation dev kits 4 years ago, 3 years ago,
Yeah.
that
Yep.
means, yeah, you were trying to do that. You
yeah,
get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So again,
yeah.
people do not like to be lied to. It's that simple.
And this is the reason why I'm saying, look, Xbox is not your best friend, they're business. And right now they're behaving like one. Before they were like that. They were very close to the player, but now that they gotten that taste of ABK, they're moving in a direction that
No.
I'm not saying everything is bad. I'm just saying these are some early warning signs because when you start seeing that, you just gotta keep an eye on the company when they start doing things like this. But I tell people, make the best decision for you as a gamer, no matter
Right?
what that is. Okay.
No,
Or
but
like
so here's my question. So why now though? Because they've waited years. Like it doesn't make sense to me for them to push this and still allow Phil Spencer and his studios to take their time, right? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense.
In my
You
opinion,
need to go
I don't buy. I buy some of the things that Phil said, like when he said the industry. I agree with him on that because we heard that from Sean Layton. Some of the issues with making AAA games and just the cost of making gaming going up. But what I
But what
don't agree
from the
with Phil
corporate, what you
Spencer
mean?
on is when he was acting like because Hi-Fi Rush didn't sell and all this stuff when they didn't even bother to market the thing to begin with. They the ones made the decision to make a shadow drop of that game. It was almost as if he was trying to put blame on the people for not buying the game. I don't. If they don't want to, first off, if they're paying into a service, they're told, and this is what I expect, that all first-party games go into Game Pass. I don't have to buy Jack if I don't want to. I'm paying for it through the service.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I keep my service year after year. So they're making the money through that. Now, I'm sorry, go ahead.
They
You
didn't.
sound
No. What I was trying to say is, you're
okay.
right,
You was
but
breaking up a little bit to me. That's all.
they didn't even bother to make a physical copy until now, when that's in another platform through another publisher or another
Yeah, I
company.
know.
Called
Yeah,
So
that's true.
listen,
Once
in order for
PlayStation
you
got,
to
oh,
get
we
the
better make
game
our
out,
physical copy.
I've said this for a long time, right? In order for you to get games to get noticed, right? Especially in the position that Microsoft's in, right? Because Nintendo, where everybody's constantly talking about them, whether it's in store, yeah, everybody's always talking about it,
Okay.
right? You get what I'm saying? And you guys hear me or no? And you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
You're
can't.
kind of
You're
breaking up.
going. Going in and out. So that's why I couldn't hear you all the time. You were
What
like
about that?
botting a little bit too. You were botting a little bit. Okay.
Oh, Deepa, you still there?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, um, they don't have the perception, and we've said this many times, right? So when you don't have the perception, you have to work a little harder in your marketing and how you expose yourself, right? So one of the biggest moves that they did that I think was that hurt them was that they did not bother to bring out many of their exclusive games physical after Xbox One or after the Xbox One generation, right? Unless it's Halo or Gears, you just don't see it. And a game like The Gunk, a game like Psychonauts 2, a game like Hi-Fi Rush, all those games needed to have physical. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, yes, you. Because there are different experiences that are unique that bring that charm and value to the console. Just like when they had Ori. Ori did phenomenal for them, and so did Cuphead. Because not only was the media talking about it, but they gave the option of putting it in the store. It was in physical form. So those that don't be on social or that don't be on YouTube or Twitch go to the store, and then people start to talk about it because they see it on the wall. Oh, Ori, what is this? Oh, the game's fantastic. It's really good. They got an high rating, blah, 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 blah. And it's an Xbox exclusive. And that's why I said their first mistake was putting Ori and Cuphead on Nintendo and on PlayStation. That was their biggest first mistake because Titanfall wasn't their fault. Titanfall was that they didn't own Respawn, made a deal with them, and before they got a open purse to buy and acquire studios, EA went behind their back real quick, made a fucking offer. Ted, Biaselli, whoever the fuck his name is, the one that was running it, he took the guy that used to do the Call of Duties. He took it, and they got ownership of the Titanfall IP and developer. And that's why they did Titanfall 2 as an exclusive, right? That was their first big mistake. No, why would you put your biggest game that had the most reception in a positive light, that was being praised, that everybody actually was gravitating to, and go, okay, we'll share it. I don't care if N Studio, MDHR, or Moon Studio told me, oh, we want to put it multi-plat. Sorry, you got to deal with us. You work for us, and no one else helped you. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
But when they didn't do that, they opened Pandora's box. Because now every little developer that works with them, that they help out, it seems to me like they go, can we put our game there too?
Yeah, they all say
You,
that.
you
Just
see
like
what I'm
this
trying to
recent
say?
one. Just
And
like
that's
this idea Xbox game
they
game
opened
developer
Pandora's
did that.
box.
Mhm.
They opened Pandora's box because now developers like, yeah, but we want our games to reach more people, right? How fucking rare of all people, in my opinion, are a bunch of scums. And I'm going to explain why. Because Nintendo, the last E3 they did for them, when they had Conquer Bad Fur Day, they fucking put that game in the back of the stage, hiding, because they wanted no one to see it and then to have no affiliation with them because it was too raw and raunchy, right? And after that happened, Nintendo said, oh, we want to sell them off. And Microsoft, since they just had got into the console business, they bought them for $335 million. And that was 20 something years ago, right? All this time, Microsoft let them do whatever they want, from Cameo to a Perfect Dark reboot to what was the other game they did? It was like 3 games they did. Viva Pinata, right? They did the avatars because they wanted to do that for them. They did a bunch of stuff, and everything they were doing was having somewhat of a success, right? Or at least made some type of money. They do this game that used to be called Project something that was supposed to be done on Nintendo that Nintendo rejected, which is Sea of Thieves. But it was called something else. It was called Project something. Here comes Microsoft all these years later, let them do the game. The game grew, even though people criticized it, people stuck by them and supported. They kept supporting it and made the game to what it is today. Have over 34 million people playing the game actively, but want to sit there and talk about, yeah, we want to reach more people. Listen, if Nintendo people wanted to play your game, even though it's not a Nintendo, or if PlayStation people wanted to play your game, believe me, they would buy an Xbox to play it. The same way they buy a Switch for Mario, the same way they buy a PlayStation 4 to play a Spider-Man or a God of War or a Ghost of Tsushima or whatever the case may be. You have to force people to buy your product if you want them on your ecosystem. It's that simple. It's like when you go to McDonald's. You can't get a Big Mac, but you could get a Whopper, right? In Burger King. So you want a Whopper, you got to go to Burger King. You want a Big Mac, you got to go to McDonald's. They're not going to swap ingredients or swap sandwiches to cater to nobody. You want our shit, you got to come get it over here. It's that simple. Same thing with Coke and Pepsi. It's nature of the business. And you got to put your foot down. But if Phil wants to be a babysitter, he wants to be everybody's babysitter. He wants to be the industry savior. He wants to be all the developers' best friend. Developers, of course, are going to take the opportunity because they just want to get more money. And if they're saying, yeah, go ahead and do it, they don't care. But there's a thing called having loyalty and having a contractual obligation. You are a Microsoft studio. IP belongs to Microsoft. You are owned by Microsoft. If you don't like the deal, you didn't like the money that you got, you didn't like what you want, go somewhere else, try to get another deal, and don't come back crying. And I guarantee you ain't going to find that same success. Because Nintendo nor Sony is going to pay them what Microsoft can. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep. I hear you.
Oh, okay. I thought I cut off. You
Nope,
understand
nope.
what I'm saying?
Yep.
And
I'm
that
listening.
is the problem. They open Pandora's box 2 ways. putting their fucking most critically acclaimed games on a motherfucking other rival console that strictly and clearly always said, go fuck yourself. Sony, those were always what they ever said about Xbox. And then it's funny how Sony and Nintendo go, oh yeah, with our friends and partners over there at Microsoft, but yet they're getting, but they don't give nothing. Is Final Fantasy VII Remake on Xbox?
Nope.
Why is it not on Xbox if they don't own it?
Well,
Because
according to Phil, now he's saying that. Well, we're offering you, because he told us the answer to that now, right?
Mhm.
He said that, for those people who's worried about the games going elsewhere and stuff, he said, well, we're giving you the best experience with those particular games here. So that's
It
what you're
doesn't
getting.
matter. It doesn't matter because people do not want to invest $500 on a console or on a PC, let's say, whatever, because they know that they can only play Halo or Gears on that Xbox, for then you to go and put it on PlayStation or Nintendo after they spend the money for your hardware. People don't like that. They're not gonna. Do you really think when they make their next console they're gonna even buy it? They're not gonna buy it. They're like, I ain't buying it because they're gonna put all the games everywhere else anyway.
You know what people gonna do? They're gonna look at what's the better deal, and I'm gonna tell you what the better deal is. It's gonna be something people don't want to hear. Yes, they don't have certain features and stuff that Xbox has, but if you got access to their games on a PC and others, so what Xbox got to understand is they not just in competition with a PlayStation. They got to look at everything. Like right now, Nvidia is kicking their butt in streaming and like in that area. They're kicking their butt. In my opinion, xCloud should be much better than what it is. And then you got, and then you got the fact that they're telling you to accept the fact that their games that they're making in-house is going elsewhere, where they offering things that they didn't at the time, like how you said Hi-Fi got a physical copy only after PlayStation got it. Only after that. Okay. Let's not forget too that even though this isn't important, that Pentiment was running at optimal capacity there, but they forgot to patch on the Xbox and then came out with that.
When somebody else pointed it out, that's when they bothered to do the patch.
That's when they bothered to do it. They had all that time.
The things that you don't do, and then he goes on to say, "Oh, the hardcore that like Gen X." You guys, are important, but you're not the mainstream now. Like, you don't say anything to nobody. We already been knew this, right?
He said that. Where did he say that?
Yeah, he said that in the article. Go look at it.
Which article?
And again, Jack, who was it that did the thing? Polygon. It's with Polygon. Go read it. I read it, and I'm like, yo. First of all, it's the hardcores that's been supporting and sustaining Xbox because we spend the most money.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
It's not Gen Z, it's us. We spend the most money. So what the fuck do you care? And maybe Gen Z would pay attention to Xbox if you said Blade is exclusive, and if you want to play it, you can only play it on Xbox. It ain't going nowhere. You see what I'm saying? Because Blade may not be Spider-Man, but is a well-known Marvel comic character. Now you're giving them a reason, like, oh shit, you're gonna open their eyes. Niggas like, yo, you got Blade? What?
They probably gonna get Blade.
We're playing this shit on Xbox, son. Yo, for real, son. Yeah, it's an exclusive, bro. What? I'm getting an Xbox.
We don't know what Phil's gonna do because he was up there developing games for other platforms without telling us. So
that's what I'm trying to say, Dea.
So they could be working on Indiana Jones as we speak. We don't know
right.
because this is
that's what I'm saying. And it's like Hellblade. Hellblade is a big title. It's a hack and slash. We don't even have hack and slashes. This is one of the first ones. PlayStation, they got God of War, they got Ghost of Tsushima, they got a couple, right?
Yeah,
they got a couple, right? Maybe not a lot, but a couple.
Right.
And you're gonna go and be like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna put Hellblade on PlayStation 2. You get what I'm trying to say? You keep devaluing your own product.
I said that. Now I don't know
and how do you think? Yeah, but the thing that can be mad is that they play the fucking goddamn victim card saying, well, people are just not buying Xbox. Why you think they're not buying it? Because you're not giving it value. This is not about bragging rights. It's about the value. Game Pass is not the only value people need. Because if you could play your own Xbox games on any other box, then there's no point of having an Xbox console. Oh, it's more powerful. So what? I don't care. As long as the game is good, who gives a fuck? And that's how most Gen Z and casuals think. They just want to play the game. It could be, if that's the case, the Nintendo Switch right now would be a failure.
That's true. Excellent point.
Because that shit runs everything like dog doo-doo. And the reason why their games run great is because they're fucking like 20 years old behind. Yeah, they look nice still. They look beautiful, the colors. They still look nice in 1080p. But if you want to be realistic as far as the technicalities of their games, Mario Sunshine or Mario Odyssey probably only cost maybe 80 to 100 million, maybe $80 million, maybe less. Halo is the fucking beast because it has all this high tech shit.
Does, yeah.
Halo costs about 500 million easy. So there's the difference. If you make a game that costs $500 million, it's going to be way harder to make back returns in that, or your returns on your investment. Nintendo makes investment in their returns always because they don't spend a lot of money making their games. Their games are still running Relic engines. And again, it's the same conversation. It's not that people want to play your games at the highest quality. People want to play good games, and they want to know, I bought an Xbox because they're giving me Halo, Gears, Forza, Fable. Now I got Sea of Thieves, Sunset Overdrive, Hi-Fi Rush, Flight Simulator, Hellblade, Indiana Jones. They want to know that they have a library that they could only play there because that's their investment that they made on an Xbox. That's why if I want to play God of War, I know that I'm never going to play that on an Xbox. I got to buy a PlayStation, whether I like PlayStation or not. I have to take the L, so what do? I buy that shit when I see it in a fucking garage sale, when I see it at Home Depot somewhere liquidated, or I mean in a dollar store, whatever. You know I'm trying to be stupid, but you know what I mean. I
want to highlight something you said. You said that a person wants to know that the thing that they've invested in holds value. So if you're paying $500 for a console, right? You don't want it to be devalued where people can play that anywhere because you didn't have that option. When you went into
it doesn't make any sense.
Xbox, you didn't have the option to play their games any and everywhere.
Right.
You had to go to an Xbox. For the people who invested early, they just getting slapped in the face and say, "Okay, now we know we are to put things out there. We know that only 4 games have been put out there, but I don't believe for one iota of a minute that that's going to be it, and that they're going to keep putting games out on other platforms." So
and the thing is, even if you want to believe them, it's hard to believe them because they already showed that they go back on their word, and then they don't even give you a real reason. They just said, due to circumstance. They don't even tell you why. What circumstance? Xbox Division just passed Windows. It's worth more than $700 billion. You're worth 3 or 4 or 5 times more than the competition put together. What circumstance?
Well, according to Phil, we not enough.
Oh, because we don't sell enough consoles. Because you don't put enough games only on the console.
Not enough, according to him. So he thinks he can do better elsewhere. And I just say, like, if Phil in the business people there, now it may not be Phil, maybe people over him. I don't know. But whoever over there thinks that way, then okay, let's see how well you do without your people. Continue to devalue your brand. Continue to put that stuff everywhere, and we'll see how great you do elsewhere. You know,
to be honest. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
Why I say that? Because I was a bit offended about the Hi-Fi Rush thing, and I still am, because I am a person who did buy it when it came out. Because when I see really, really good games, I like to own them. But I was like, I don't blame other people who didn't, because why should they? It was a single player game. They probably played it in Game Pass and beat it. And that was it. You know, like that was it.
They didn't give them a real reason to try to keep playing it or own it, because they didn't make it physical. If they would have made it physical, then people probably gone out and bought it physical.
It was a new IP, never marketed a first party. It dropped straight into Game Pass. What was they
That's what I'm
expecting?
saying. That's
You
what I'm
know,
saying. And,
No, but
and, and
that's
it
why.
worked.
But it doesn't
It
make
worked.
sense to me, right? Because if you think about it, like they should have known this when they did the game. Like I don't think
Yeah.
they went in thinking that they were going to make buco bucks, right? Like the
Yeah,
whole
I don't think they thought the game was going to be a hit. But if you look at the game, Sega Forever, we're old school gamers. If we're working for Microsoft and we're seeing that game, we're going to know the game's going to be a hit. Yeah, this game's going to do well. It's going to do well because the pricing, what it's doing, no one's expecting it. The artistic style, so much reminiscence to so many other IPs like Sunset Overdrive, Sunset Jet Set Radio. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, so
And Devil May Cry, and it's a rhythm game like Space Channel 5 or like Remember Me. It has so many elements that makes it fire.
yeah, so but from my point of view, like we know all that, but like if he's talking about the Gen Z thing, they don't care about that kind of stuff.
they
Oh
don't.
no, they
The whole
don't.
the whole purpose of this game was to attract people into Game Pass.
Yes,
Well,
that's what I thought it was.
Remember this too. Also, Sega Forever, the Gen Z care about anime, especially that fufu one. You know, like Dragon Ball. You know, like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. Fine. So at
Well,
least with that, from the anime angle, that's the art style, they would at least pay attention because I've seen some kids, like my kids, love the game, and they're all Gen Z, right? So it's not like they wouldn't catch their attention. It's the fact that they didn't give more options and made the game more prevalent because you didn't see no promotions for that game in any store.
Yep.
In
none.
any store, no GameStop, no Target, no Walmart, nothing.
Gen Z,
Only-
Gen Z doesn't care about anything. That's the point.
Yeah,
They don't
yeah, that's
have
true.
a-
That's true. I can't argue that because it's
connection.
true. They're real finicky. Like they want shit free.
No, it's not finicky. They don't have a. So here's my point. They don't have a connection to stuff like how we have.
And
a
they don't have
connection.
connection. Absolutely.
So I see this within my own kids, dude. They do stuff because their friends are in it. It's the newest thing. It's kind of
Yeah,
cool,
yeah.
right? But they're able to move on to stuff quickly through stuff, right?
Mhm.
So if you're trying to build an audience
Yeah,
on
they have
that,
no dedication too. That's another thing.
well, they
They
don't
are
have.
like something will be dope 2 weeks and then the next week, oh, that's corny. Like
Well, they
they
don't
move
have
on. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
They don't have a connection, like how we had a connection to this kind of stuff. So I can
Mhm,
understand. I can understand that, but my point being is that when I look at everything that Microsoft has done, right, it's all about that service, right? So like Dea, for example, Dea, I was going to ask you for the PC. Do you think that they're doing this because at the end of the day, they know that Nintendo and Sony cannot compete on PC?
That's a possibility. I'm sorry, you asked Dave.
Yeah,
Oh, my
because
God.
the kind of games that they offer, I can tell you that most of the PlayStation games don't do that well on PC. And and I know because I got a lot of people on my friends list, and I will say Helldivers is doing great. I do have people on my list that's playing that,
Right.
but that's not an in-house.
And Helldivers, if you really look at it from a technical standpoint, it's doing good, but it's not doing as
It's
good
not
as people
the best
think.
thing. Yeah,
Because
they trying to blow it up.
500,000 players is very minimal. You see what I'm trying to say?
It's doing
In
good.
comparison.
Because even I got people on my timeline that plays it. You know,
Yeah,
on my
I know what
friends
you
list.
mean. I know what you mean.
And it's the kind of game I like. I like cooperative stuff like that. I like games like that. But it's
Right,
no
right.
way. Look, Power World did phenomenal. I had people.
It was at 28 million. I'm like, holy
Man,
shit.
it was people all over PC playing Power World. It was that I noticed, you know, and I know it was a bunch of people on Xbox that did it. So
Yeah.
that
10
game
million
did better
on
than
console and
Helldivers.
15 million on PC
Yep.
on Steam.
And that game. Keep in mind that game is in early access. This is why the cost is so cheap, because I've bought games in early access before. They always cost less than when the final release comes out.
Plus you're
right?
helping the developer.
Right, they're helping the developer. So I don't think they expected this, but but that's why the price is so low. And plus the game is not finished. All the different things they listed that's coming to the game, it's a lot more coming to the game. So it's not even a complete game. You can play it and get, do a lot in it, but it's not even a complete game. So
do you think? So that's what I'm saying. So do you think that that's a long game, right? Because both Sony and Nintendo can absorb that type of business model. In my opinion,
They need a
or
better
Microsoft can.
model because,
No,
in
it
my
can't.
opinion,
It can't. They
Nintendo
can.
is only popular on this console. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't see nobody on PC clamoring for a Mario game for the 20th time and all that. I
Right.
just don't
I
see
mean,
it. You know.
if it was a new graphic engine looking realistic, yeah, maybe
Well,
because
yeah, a
it
lot
would
of
look
people.
nice, but they don't do that.
A lot of people who they used to play on Nintendo when they were kids, they moved over to PC to graduate away from it. So
Yeah,
they
you're
know
right.
what's over there. They just don't
You're right.
care,
Yeah,
you
you're
know.
right. Mhm.
Yeah, they don't care. They become a different type of gamer when they go over there. And
So
I what I say Xbox's long game could be. It could be if they see the death of the console in the distant future.
no, but so
Then
what about to
they may
outlast?
pivot to PC.
What
Huh?
about to outlast their competition? Like who's to
Right.
say? Like Phil Spencer says he wants
Uh,
the PC, whatever that stuff is, but at the stores on there. What if they buy somebody like an Epic, or what if they buy one of those companies
I
too?
think
Like Take Two Interactive or something.
no,
Yeah.
he said Epic like a PC launcher. I think he might have better luck with Gabe when Gabe's ready to retire because
Yeah, so
they're
or
very
Steam,
close.
or just
They-
you see my point. Like, what
Oh,
if
by Sony Steam. Yeah, that, and
yeah,
I think that's why because in the article he also mentioned that he wants to he want to unify like something like Steam,
yeah, yeah.
and I think he said something else into the store to be in part of the Microsoft store.
Steam, Epic? So
Hmm.
that's my thing. I'm asking you, Dale, since you're the PC one.
Yeah.
Like, so do you think that's another way that they could go about it? Because when I look at what
Well,
he's
right
saying,
now I say no because I think they're going to lose to Steam if they try to. They're going to have to compete against Steam, and I would say before they do that, they need to practice, kind of work out issues that they already have, like through PC Game Pass. They still got a long ways to go with that. You heard me and Realist talking about some of the issues that we
right?
had, right? They still got some ways to go with that, and Realist was beating me up because I wasn't happy with Epic, but Epic can't even compete with Steam. They can't even do that, So and they pumped a lot of money into the Epic launcher. I don't
Oh yeah,
look, I don't hate Epic for being Epic. It's just that they're so far behind what Steam offers that nobody's going to leave Steam until you can at least meet them on equal playing field. That you're just
So
not going to pull nobody away.
do you think Microsoft would buy Steam? Is what I'm trying to say.
If I was them, and Gabe was ready to let go. And by the way, they are not a publicly traded company; they're
Yes.
private. So I would go for Steam. I wouldn't go for Epic.
Because there's all this talk about Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer is like very cryptic when he talks. Like you gotta.
yeah,
I mean, you gotta
yeah.
stuff.
Plus, all of a sudden, another thing, brother. All of a sudden, he's talking about a handheld. When the fuck Phil ever talk about handheld?
Yeah.
Never.
I think
So
there's
him
nothing
talking about
wrong with him.
him talking about handheld shows me that they want to have a handheld in the future, possibly to run their store and maybe something like Steam right off the store, right off the console. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not just that though, but it would be great too for people who might want to also play some of the mobile games and things like that. I know you
Right.
don't have to; you can do it on your phone. But imagine if
Absolutely.
you can have a handheld.
More
Go hard
natural
in
than
the
a phone.
handheld.
Yeah, it feels more natural than a phone. Absolutely.
Yeah, right, more like a console. So, like, if you're a person who don't like to play on your phone, which I'm kind of one of them people, I can do it.
I'm like that too. I don't play the
If
phone.
I had
Never.
to choose, I would go with a handheld over a phone. If I had to choose.
So when I look at everything that Phil is saying, this is why. Like it is all over the place. It's very random.
Mhm.
But do you think that? So this is stuff that he lays foundations on because he did this in 2015, 2016, and then
Okay.
this stuff didn't hit around 2018, 2019, and then we've been on a roll ever since until he did the 4 games thing. So
Right.
for me, this is why I thought the 4 games thing he was covering for Nintendo and Sony. Like I said, I'm not saying this is what happened, but this is what had to make sense to me.
Okay.
Right.
Because I expected either at the partner thing or maybe later on this year, some of their stuff will float over to us. That's what I was
I don't think Phil's that stupid. I know people think that, but I don't think he's that dumb. I don't think he ever expected to get anything in return because I know who he's dealing with. He knows who he's dealing with. He knows how Sony is. He's dealt with. Look how dirty Sony was with the ABK and stuff. I don't think he expects anything from them unless they have no other choice. I know Phil don't expect
Oh.
anything to come into.
That's
And
why
Nintendo.
well, the ABK is why I think they will.
No,
that's
I think they will because Sony is collapsing and people want to
no. So
pretend
that's
like
what I mean, though, because of
yeah,
the
yeah.
ABK deal. That's why they put that lynch on that,
Uh-huh.
because Sony knew they were in trouble, and
Uh-huh.
I think they're gonna go back. I think they're done.
I do too. You know what? You the only person I know who said everybody think they're gonna bounce back from this. I don't see
No,
how they're gonna do it because
You
they
mean
barely
Sony?
hold
Sony. Yeah.
Sony because they don't have
Yeah,
enough money. The
I don't.
money is
I
look
don't
when you
think they're gonna
shut
be able
down
to.
that many studios, when you are, cutting out games that could have been popular and successful. Even like the Spider-Man, people said they would have played that. The Spider-Man one, I don't know about the factions. I think factions would have did pretty good for them.
Yeah,
Maybe the
but
Twisted Metal one would have.
the thing is, Spider-Man is too. Spider-Man, regardless of what people say, is not as big as people think as far as the game market.
No, with the
Because
casuals, they might have gotten into it. You
because what
never
I
know.
said, I've said it before. There's been 36 Spider-Man games before the PS4 one, and
Right.
it never sold. Never. The only reason the new one sold was because it was saying PlayStation 4 exclusive. It was literally just because of that, and because it was the first time that they had a big budget because Marvel provided the budget. They
Right.
paid for the cost. So they were able to go hard, have real big actors, big ass quality presentation, big mocapping quality, and kind of correlate it with the Marvel verse that they were doing in the movie, but not directly, right?
Right.
And that's why it did well as far as perception and even sales. Although it only really sold initially 3.3 million. After that, it dropped and it sold another 6 because it was given out for free during that Black Friday 3 months later after it launched. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Which those don't count. They only counted because they're physical, but they weren't bought because the console it was basically a free copy of the game.
Right.
Then
Right.
again,
Yeah.
and then after that, when it was selling separately, single wise, in April it went down to like 40, and then they did another sale in June for E3, and we went down to 20. That's why it
Right.
kept building up momentum as far as growing the numbers and sales of copies. Not because they were buying it at $60, $70. No, because the cheaper it got, the more people bought it. Because like, yeah, it's $20. Everybody says it's a good game. I'm gonna buy it. You see what I'm trying to say?
Right. Right. Yeah.
That's basically why those numbers inflated like that. People are like, yeah, it sold 30 million. No, it did not. Stop. It inflated up because it was already at bargain price point prices by June because it stopped selling. It literally stopped selling after that Black Friday because they gave it for free. 6 million people is a lot of people to buy a game that normally would sell 5 million only on its own. God of War, what it sold 5.6 because that's what single player games sell around that range.
Right.
The
Right.
only
Yeah.
ones that sell above that are, like I said, the anomalies like GTA, right? Call of
Or like
Duty,
how Skyrim sold, or it
right? The
still does.
Skyrim,
Yeah.
the
Yeah. That's a
GTA, the
single player
Fallout.
game. Yeah.
What else? All the sports games, right? Of course,
Mhm.
something like Halo, something like Gears. Those are the only games that do those numbers because Halo and Gears are billion-dollar sellers. And they've had way less games than other franchises out there that have been out for years and years and years. Almost decades, right? So
Right.
again, that tells you that all it did was it inflated up because of the price point. It's happened with Horizon. It happened with Days Gone. It happened with Uncharted. You can go see the numbers. Go look at the fucking MPDs, and you'll see the numbers and the point and position that it was in. And you can go check when they started to drop the price, and you'll see. As soon as they start dropping the prices, when they start going up in numbers, because people don't want to pay full price, and that's what Phil's been talking about the whole time. Single player games do not sell like they used to, and they need to sell numbers like before because they cost way more than they did to make before. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
They would sell a lot before when it didn't cost a lot to make, right? But
You know
by
what?
today's standard, go
You know
ahead.
what would really help him if he just
Go
would
ahead.
go out and pull back on his comment about there's 3 billion gamers who are trying to reach everybody. He should
Right.
really.
I
He should
agree
pull
with
back on
that.
Stop
I
saying that.
agree with that.
Because I can tell you this much: my daughter, the target audience he's going for, there's one game she plays all the time that Xbox does not have, and it's not Honkai Rail. It's this other one, but it's made by the same company. It's
What's it called?
It's the company that makes Honkai Rail.
Um,
So they made two games, and it's the game before Honkai Rail. So she's playing both of them, but
Okay.
she's playing this one game, and it's only on
The
cell
Switch,
phone.
right?
No.
And the Switch.
No, it's only on Oh, is it on Switch? No, I believe, but no, it's not Switch for you. It's on her phone and it's on PlayStation.
okay.
Okay.
So she wants to play it because it's hard to play it on her phone because of the memory, right? So she
Okay.
wants to play it, which is funny, because you talked about the space on the discs, right?
Yes.
She wants to play that, but she'd have to get a PlayStation.
Right.
So you're telling me you're trying to reach Gen Z?
Well, that's
You're
another.
barking up the wrong tree.
Right. But that's another problem they have. Now that you mentioned that, that's another fucking reason why they hurt themselves this generation. How do you start a new generation where you know you have way bigger games, more demanding, higher resolution, higher graphic fidelity, like ray tracing and all those beautiful bells and whistles, and keep the same old disc format? How do you do that? I understand why they probably did it, because they probably that's why they were able to continue to sell games for 60 and not 70 for the first 2.5 years, right? Remember, Sony, as soon as PS5 came out, they went right to 70 right away, if you guys remember, right?
Yeah.
But Microsoft was able to maintain the Xbox Series X games at that price of 60 still. When we got medium, things like that was way cheaper. And I think that's why they did it. But once they stopped and they knew that they had to migrate over, or they knew they had to go up in price, they should have migrated to the 100 gig disc, which is the triple layer disc, and it exists. They even have a quadruple layer disc that holds 150 gigs of information, right? The PS5, since day one, this is the company that has no money, migrated it immediately, and that's why all the games are complete on PS5
Yeah.
disc. Like
Yeah.
Banisher, for example, right? But on the Xbox, you don't have the game on the disc half the time. It's in the fucking goddamn online. In order for you to play it, you have to get it connected online. It has to read it, and then it downloads the rest of the game. It's like that with Halo. It's like that with Forza. It's like that with Flight Simulator. It was another one. Holy crap. I forgot. It was another one. But the case is, and then that guy that does those videos talking about the games not being on the disc started doing a bunch of videos talking about you don't own the game. They're not on the disc. But on PlayStation 5, you do own the game. You see what I'm trying to say? That is also something that I do not understand. Why would they do that? And still, till now, there's still Starfield is not on the disc. Who gives a fuck? You see how Diablo's coming out, right?
Yeah.
The Xbox version, why you think it's 4 disc? Because it's on the 50 gig disc. That's why. The PS5 is literally on 2 disc. The Xbox is 4 disc because they're still using a 50 gig disc. And that
Right.
makes developers have to print out. In other words, the Xbox version will be more expensive to print out because they got to do more disc. And that's why you see that developers don't want to bring out physical games for Xbox. Also, that's another reason. That's another reason they're getting hurt, and they don't want to address the issue, because I've asked Phil on Twitter several times and he just ignores me. He don't ever answer. If you don't want developers to get scared because they're already thinking that it's not going to do well because of the perception, and then they're going to get scared of, oh, damn, but if we have to print the game out and the game is 120 discs, we're going to have to print it on 3 discs for Xbox and only 1 on PS5. What do you think they're going to do? That's why they do it on PS5, but not Xbox. Oh, just bring it out digitally because they do it all digital anyway. And that's another thing that nobody talks about that's hurting them. And people, why do you think I stopped doing a lot of video game content, or as far as Xbox? Because I open my mouth in a good way to defend the situation, try to be positive. First of all, I get no views. And then when I do get views, it's just people trash talking me and some shit. And then they make me look stupid. Then they make me look stupid because they do something completely dumb. And I'm tired of that. Because I don't work for Xbox, but if I work for Xbox, I guarantee you there'll be a lot of changes that they'll realize, well, damn, he's right. He makes a point. Because they don't do the analytics. They just worry about, they know they make money, and that's it. But they're trying to
That's
blame it
it.
on something that is not. It's not just Gen Z. It's the shit you do, too, that makes people scared. Because
And
developers
that,
get scared, too, because of that.
and I do believe that that's another thing. It's this uncertainty now that's over Xbox that's keeping people from really wanting to invest in stuff. And I think
Right.
that they
It's
don't
not that they don't like it. Is that they're scared, saying, well,
yeah,
if I
they
buy
scared.
it, then I
Yeah.
buy all these games, and then they're on
Look,
PlayStation, and I already own one.
when
What's the point?
when Phil had to go out there and tell his own developers, hey, it's okay. We're not ending the console. This is what was written down. One of the things that was in an internal thing that he did. When he had to tell his own people that, I'm like, okay, you got a problem here, because at this point you got people that are they're nervous about the direction of Xbox right now because they don't know what's happening. It's
Look,
not that
your
they
own
think everything
developers are going to start thinking that you don't have confidence on your own product.
at this point,
It don't matter if you own them. If they're thinking that you have no confidence in your own product, believe me, they're going to give you less of what they're capable of doing, because they're going to be like, oh, no, I don't know about this. Or they don't even seem confident. You get what I'm trying to say?
right.
You got to go in there with the attitude of, this is our territory. This is where we dominate, and we're going to fuck shit up. That's it.
Exactly.
That's the
Yeah.
attitude.
I
You don't.
think,
Bill Spencer don't have to speak like me, but he could
right,
do it
yeah, right,
in a
yeah.
professional way.
But
You see
yeah,
what I'm
I'm just stating, and I think you saying this, Hebot, and I'm saying this. I'm about to wrap up real quick, so let me finish this out, Hebot, and then I have
Go
to
ahead.
go.
I'm
But
so sorry. Go ahead.
oh no. I wanted to hear everything you had to say. And I think Sega Forever has also said this, is that look, there's a little bit of nervousness about the future and the direction of Xbox, because who wants to invest like 500 or 600? Let's say the next console is coming out in 2026, like the rumors are saying. Who's gonna want to invest $600 or possibly more into the Xbox if you feel like them games gonna end up everywhere anyway? That they probably giving up on the console. They're not investing in the physical disc, like you're saying. They're not investing in the console will be good, because Xbox does good hardware when they do it. But the point is, the way Phil talks is almost as if they've already given up on the console at times.
That's what it feels like, right?
And
To a lot of people,
even though we know that there's
even
more
though we
consoles
understand what
coming.
he's doing, right.
Right, we know that, but I'm just telling you perception out there. And so who's going to want to invest in the ecosystem if they think it's going to be gone, or at the minimum they think that the company is going to shift in such a way that the hardware is going to be less important to them, right? So do you want to really be in the area of Xbox where they feel that you're less important? Not really, so you want to be like, don't make me feel like you are writing me off by making the physical disc only when the PlayStation gets your game. Don't make me feel like I'm being written off when 120 version of your little indie game comes out and we don't get one. That makes you feel like you're forgotten by the company.
Right.
So it's happy. It's not just that, because I kind of tune into all the Asian guys, like on the Xbox side too. All of this stuff starts to snowball, because like they're talking about localization, or they're talking about, well, you're not in every market, right? We don't see you. You know what I mean? And these guys are the hardcore Xbox guys.
Yes, and I've heard
minority, especially
I've heard that too from people who love Xbox, and they say you're not here.
You're not
here.
They
want them to be there. They're pleading, but Xbox is choosing not to hear. They listen to the wrong people. They're not listening to these people that can help push them, because they what some people I know what they got to do just to get their hands on the Xbox is unbelievable.
Well, they're the ones that talk about diversity. They talk about diversity so much, right? And so they don't localize, right? So there's a dude I follow. He's in Korea. He's like, dude, they did the commercials. They went in I was happy because they did the commercials. They even went as far as to hire top talent to do those commercials, right? And they were expecting, just one second. what they were expecting was they're expecting like when they got the games that they would be localized because you're selling it to their
Localized,
audience.
right? So they can understand what's being said. Yeah.
Brother,
So they never. So what he was saying, I'll wrap it up with this. So what he was saying is that he's kind of reached out and they're not getting anything, and so he's saying that people are kind of losing hope, right? Because
Right.
the thing about it is it becomes you're doing it in Japan kind of thing, but you're not doing it in here.
Nowhere else. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Hiba.
yeah, they're concentrating on one area only. But what I was gonna say was, guys, that listen. You know how you know they're blinded and they're not listening? They're only listening to what they want. You had Hideo, well, not Hideo Kojima. What's his name? Tobunobu Itagaki, the man that's known for the greatest action game of all time, right? On Twitter, and this was after his studio Valhalla Studios closed down. He said, "I want to work with Xbox. If they call me, I'll immediately be there. If they want to buy my studio, I would have no problem being acquired by them."
You know why they
And
didn't?
what did Phil do? He ignored it.
You know
Who
why?
else you had? You know who else you had talking to him? The guy who did Recore, Armature Studio. They said, we would love to do a sequel. We would love to work with Xbox again. What happened? They got bought out by somebody else. Now we won't see a sequel to Recore. Why? Because Phil didn't listen. Then you got fucking the man who made the franchise. Granted, he might have done some stupid decisions, but he made the franchise and understands it. Cliffy B's been saying for a long time, I would love to come back and work closely with Gears of War if Phil and them want me to. I would love to. What's he doing? Nothing. Ignoring them. He had an opportunity where Hideki Kamiya, even though they fucked up with Scalebound, he had an opportunity. He could have been, okay, we're going to buy Platinum Games, and now you do what we tell you to do, and that's final. If you don't like it, then we won't buy you. What he did, he played a blind eye and ear and didn't do it either. They've had some big ass opportunity and they just ignore it. Now, my brother's taking forever. Tell me why. Why you said, you know what?
Okay, before you do that, I have to go and be sure.
Okay,
Zoe 70, welcome. I'm heading out, but
It's okay.
be sure to answer some, address some of his comments there. And I just want to say thank you for having me here, Sega Forever. Thank you for being here, Hiba. It's been really good to talk with you guys because man, so much wisdom and experience here. Always a blessing. And I'm gonna keep you in my prayers. Don't you give up. Don't you give up. You're gonna get through this period, and you're gonna come out shining. We're gonna see to that. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And thank you again for having me. You guys just keep it up. I'll listen to the rest of it on replay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Have a great night.
Okay. Take care.
Bye. Go ahead, brother. Tell me what you're gonna say. Sorry.
Well, it's kind of the focus of this podcast that we're doing. We're talking about woke and Microsoft. So for not all of those guys, but a couple of them, right? I know Phil wouldn't work with them because they have a certain culture in Microsoft, right?
Well, they're trying to follow an agenda because he thinks that by doing that he'll get the Gen Z's interest. But if you see it hasn't worked, what does it fucking matter? You see what I'm saying, my brother? If you see that quota and that agenda, right? Because they did deals with that company, Sweet Baby, and now we're finding out that Sweet Baby is as woke as they are, and woke is coming to an end. And you know who said that? First, Zobi started saying that. He said, "Oh, it's coming to an end," and it is. It is because people are tired of it. People are opening up their eyes, they're seeing what's going on, and they're tired of it. But if you're gonna keep trying to push that shit, you're just gonna end up failing. Everything woke that came out woke failed. There's nothing that was woke that did well. Nothing.
I'll say this. Hey, Zobi. Now, Microsoft was woke way before BlackRock. Microsoft has always been this way. Me and Hiba know this because we've been following them for a long time. They've been because they're a big corporation, right? So they're on the level of BlackRock. The only thing I will, in Microsoft's defense, I will say this: that they're not as heavy-handed as these other companies.
Oh no, that for sure. Yeah, for sure. They're not as heavy-handed.
Yeah, they're liberal.
But they are doing it.
If you had to if we had a question of who they voted for, the majority of the people that at Microsoft voted for in 2020, you know, they all voted for Biden, right? That would be, you know, at least. But you never caught Microsoft employees and management
And that would be
on video like
that
they
would be
did
realistic.
Google,
That
like
would be
Google Chrome.
realistic. Yes.
Yeah, because they, you know why I can say that, because they've always been this way, right? Sweet Baby Inc. They're a more radical arm when it comes to all this woke stuff.
I
I can't hear you, brother. Can you go ahead?
even saw
You're botting, brother. You're still botting. Oh, no, I can't hear you. Just pop back in.
fucking like
Okay.
hello, take it forever.
Yep, I got you. I think you might have to come back in, bro.
Because I remember I said I believe it because I remember at the time of the political race.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Hiba. Yeah, we can't hear you at all. Just pop back in. He'll be back, everybody. Yeah, Zobi, woke sucks. Yeah, so I'm not like saying I'm against you, Zobi. I'm saying they've been like this for a while. They're a lot more hardcore now because the generation of people that work in these companies, right? They're from that certain generation. They kind of grew up in this. They've been indoctrinated in it. This is why you hear people use certain buzzwords now, like colonizer and patriarchy. Those words have been around forever, but it's just current generation in these certain positions that are using it. Like I watched a video earlier where this person, and she's Asian, and she was talking about colonization, you know, and when she talks about colonization, she was talking about it from a white person's perspective. I'm like, girl, you from Vietnam or China? She's from one of the other countries. I'm like, you're technically a colonizer too, because you partake in the colonization. This is why you can't have conversations with these people, because they can only go so deep. But you can tell they never thought about this stuff. Yeah, they are. They're killing everything too. But to Microsoft's defense, which is kind of like a kind of backhanded defense, right? Is that they've been like this. I've seen it with them. They're one of the original corporations, right? Because they're a huge corporation, and one of the things about Microsoft is they're an international corporation. So they, of course, you know, like they say, so the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I'm pretty sure if you're multinational or international company, and then you have a lot of different people from different countries and everybody working for you and stuff like that, you want to be as welcoming, and so that's how that stuff starts, right? And then you just go down this whole road to they get to woke. But I will say in Microsoft's defense, because I'm very keen on this, which is why I wanted to talk about this topic. Is I will say in Microsoft's defense that they've always been like this, and they're not as heavy-handed as some of these other companies. So the reason why we did this podcast was to talk about Stellar Blade and what Microsoft has said about the character and the way that they made the character. You know, you can say that they're over sexualizing it. The thing that irritates me the most about this is that I'm a person who actually follows like Korean pop culture. Like I'm not a Korean expert, but I follow their pop culture very, very closely, right? So I actually absorb a lot of their pop culture. So the thing that irritates me about the girl that everybody's complaining about, like they were saying that's not realistic, then they actually show the model. And if you look at the body of the model, right, she looks, you know, that's almost a 1-for-1, right? Of course, the filtering and all the stuff they make her look in the game, but I mean, as far as body wise, right, she has a very a nice body, right? You can't refute that. So for me, it's kind of like if that bothers you, don't play the game, you know, or if that's a culture you're not trying to promote, don't promote it in your own games. That's why when Microsoft came out with that kind of surprised me, because that's a little bit too heavy-handed, in my opinion, that they would say that. Which tells me you probably won't going to get that game if you wanted to play it, right? So that's kind of one of the few times I've seen them go that far with it, right? And so to me, you know, that shows the ignorance on their side to see what the culture is in Korea right now. If you have Netflix, Zobi, go watch Physical 100. There's a show on Netflix called Physical 100 and Physical 100 Season 2. And go see some of the people in that show and see how their physique is. Right now in South Korea, and it's been going on for several years, is that they're at a point like when we were growing up in the 80s, like the mid 80s and early 90s, or 80s and 90s, right? When everybody was at the gym, and the monster look was in. Everybody wanted to look like Paul Bunyan Dillett. Everybody wanted to look like Mike Matarazzo. The monster look, dude. Everybody wanted to be massive, right? It was all about bulk, man. It was everybody wanted to be like Lee Haney, right? And so we had our Corey Everson, right? They wanted to look like people like that, and so we had that moment in our fitness. Our fitness industry become refined. But what's happening in South Korea and even in India, dude, it's big. Even Japan's starting to pick up on it now, right? Middle East is huge on that, dude. I think 2 of the last Mr. Olympias were from Middle East, man. One from Iran, and then the other dude, Rami, man, big Rami, dude. That dude's massive, right? And this is only something you see in the West, and I still think West dominates because the overall framing of the body and how big it is. But if you want to get an idea of why that character is the way she is, there's a cultural shift within South Korea, right? And I'm talking about on the cultural level, right? K-dramas are big. Their music industry is huge, right? Like JYP, Jin Park, who's one of the trailblazers for popular music in Korea, and now he has his own company called JYP, and he produces some of the biggest K-pop groups. He credits his affiliation with Motown, and you can see it in his dancing and his music. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about, brother. That's what it upset me about Stellar Blade, because I'm like, you're speaking on stuff like for if you're woke and if you're diverse and you believe in true diversity, if you believe in diversity, then you have to be diverse yourself, right? And to make a statement like that, pretty much pointing out the creators who have their own idea of what a beauty is within their own country. You know, it's just like how we go over to other countries and we want to, you know, we feel like, oh, these women are they're trapped, they're subservient for their husbands and stuff like that, and then the women tell them, no, I'm his wife. This is how I am. This is how we dress. This is what we do.
Right.
Culture.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you're better now. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I didn't want to interrupt because you were talking about a good point about women that will go there, and people are like, oh my God, but they're slaves, and it's like, no, we're not. We're our wives to our husband, and this is the way it is.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, you're brainwashed. No, because people in countries actually still appreciate culture and the way things are supposed to be, with order and some respect and some ideologies, because once you lose that and there's too many kitchens in the table in the people in the kitchen, right, trying to cook with so many different things, that's when it creates chaos. Because unfortunately, the only thing that keeps things under control is to have some type of capitalistic ways of thinking, right, or behaving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not because we're savages, no, but because we don't know how to control ourselves and act like savages when there is no order. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Because how are you going to have kids in a school read about boy wanted to be a girl wanted to be a boy, which is basically transgenderism, right? Nothing against the people that are transgenders, but to a little kid that doesn't even understand why he's in school to begin with, the order of why he's in school, life, and you're confusing him even more by adding other things that are supposed to be adult topics. But yet, if you say or speak something about, let's say, God, right? That's a good thing. That's supposed to be a positive thing, a beautiful thing. It's not something bad, right? It's a problem. Do you see what I'm trying to say? That don't make no fucking sense. Just from a logical standpoint, it just doesn't make no sense. And what you said about Phil, yeah, you're 100% right. I do believe that the radicalism woke comes from a lot of people that work there because they are woke themselves. Because I remember when they were doing the presidential, elections, I remember Phil tweeting out certain stuff that he liked that were talking negative about Trump. You see what I'm saying? Hello? Can you hear me, brother?
I have to mute my mic because there's a bird like right on the.
Oh, okay, but you can hear me though, right?
Oh yeah, you're perfect.
You get what I'm trying to say? I saw him liking certain tweets that were talking disgruntledly about Trump, right? And it seemed like everybody in Microsoft, all they did was talked about Trump is evil. All he does is bad, which was the agenda that was pushed during those elections, right? So it's like nobody in Xbox had their own mindset or couldn't think open-mindedly, right? And you saw it on social media. So I believe what you said. I agree where that whole idea of the woke movement or whatever runs deep within the company because a lot of people are like that, probably radical lefts and, think radically. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Because the whole conversation is that we can talk about anything, whether it's about left or the right side, lesbianism, socialism, women equality, whatever the case may be, but speak on it with being respectful on all sides, right? With people with ideologies from back in the day, from now, from a few years ago, that like religion, that don't like religion, that are between religions, whatever the case may be. Everybody's conversation and voice needs to be heard and respected on the same level without any like attacks, fingers being pointed at, hate, or automatically saying, oh, you're fucking stupid, or you're bad, or you're a bad person. You get what I'm trying to say? And unless you don't think like the one side or believe in what they say, that's how they act, So I agree with you with that statement you made, that a lot of people there seem to be on the left side and just think that way, and that's it. And
That's
that part
ironic because I think that's something in the entirety of the tech industry. And this is probably, look at how many of them are suffering right now.
Right.
I mean, because they voted for all this stuff, right? They did. Right. They voted for this stuff. So for me, I'm trying to be sympathetic, but at the same time, I'm like, well, these are the consequences,
right,
of your actions. Or like when Microsoft was going through the whole thing with AKB, right? That didn't surprise me at all. Why? Because that's that person at the FTC, I forget her name. That's an appointed position.
Right.
And it's one of the problems with our government in general, because you can vote people out, but what about the people that get appointed? This is why.
It's like we don't. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Bobby Kotick. If he was being sexually harassing women, he deserves what he gets. He should go to jail instead of being retired with a nice pension. What he should do is be in jail, in my personal opinion, right? Because you don't applaud and reward people for being fresh and disrespectful. That's not what you're supposed to do. And that's the way it should work for either side, whether it's a man or discrimination or a woman discrimination or even a child or a teenager. Doesn't matter. What's wrong is wrong. If the motherfucker was sexually harassing women to get a better position or to pay him more or doing things and making him feel uncomfortable, touching them, whatever the case may be, he needs to pay the price. Not get rewarded with a pension and, I'll see you next year, have a good retirement. No, fuck that. You get what I'm saying?
Well, that's the weird part, because when I first heard it, I thought he did that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was the perpetrator. From what I hear people talk about, the way they were talking about it, and in me, I'm like, how is this dude able to not? Why isn't this guy in jail? You can't do that, or you should have got arrested. You should be in court right now. But then, as I looked into it myself, it's like, oh, okay, I see. He didn't do it, but he didn't do anything about it, which I'm not saying is good, right? But this is what I'm talking about, the narrative, right, and how it shifts fast, right? Where you can't have these type, like you were saying just a couple minutes ago. We can't have like a good conversation, right? Because everything gets so heated up really quickly.
Right.
So for the Stellar Blade thing, this is the first time I've seen Microsoft get heavy-handed, if I'm being honest. Because look, I said this earlier in the podcast, bro. We know that when a certain month hits, right? We know what time it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You mean the celebrating month? Yeah, where they celebrate everybody. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Or just any month they celebrate something. Like we just had International Women's Day, so they did a Women's Day thing. Right, every time there's something, I don't know if they're gonna do it. But the only thing I notice with them is when it's Easter, you're not going to see a cross. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
When it's Easter, they get
When
people
it's Easter, you're not going to say let's pay respects to God
yeah.
for sacrificing himself and resurrecting in 3 days. Right. Because religion is looked at as, oh, it's bad. Like what?
Well, I mean, a certain religion, right? So, like at Christmas, right, you'll never see a nativity scene, right? Or I've never seen one. And I'm not saying that I need to see it. I believe what I believe. But what I'm saying is they kind of tilt their hand when they do this, right? Like you and Dale was talking about perfectly, right? It's like these, you don't know what, they say things, but they're doing other things. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, brother. No. I've talked enough. And plus, I love hearing your points of views, especially when it comes to the political aspect from the business standpoint, because you're very savvy and you're very clear and concise. And I love that. So again, you're right. Absolutely. And it shouldn't be that way. And it's wild that it is, because their whole messaging is, oh, it's for equality. No, equality means all sides, not just your sides or belief, all sides, whether we agree or whether we disagree. It's for good conversation. That's and that's the whole point. And so, when they say, oh yeah, it's for equality, but then you see them brush off a lot of things, it's hypocritical, it's fake, it's an agenda, it's not real. So why push it? And come on, brother, let's be honest. Video games was never about politics, beliefs, agendas, sexualization, sexual preferences. Video games were just about playing a game in a fantastic fantasy world where you can be that character and just have a good time interacting and kicking ass or doing whatever the case may be, having fun, solving a puzzle, climbing some platforming, whatever the case may be, racing, whatever. That's what the whole spiritual essence of video games was. But now they made them so commercialized that all they want to do is imbue only these stupid ideologies and agendas. Like even with the situation with the fucking, the X-Men 97 cartoon. What did it matter if Rogue or Jean Grey or Psylocke or Jubilee had big tits or small ass or big ass and small titties? What does it matter? In the real world, women are beautiful for their differences in their sculpture, in their bodies, in their looks, in their shapes. It doesn't matter. The beauty of a woman is that she comes in all shapes and sizes. That is the whole point. So why are you trying to act like, oh no, all women gotta look like men? All women have to have small breasts? All women can't have booties? Like what the fuck does that matter?
There's
How does that matter?
There's a stereotypical nature to animation, and these guys are all over that, dude. Their spidey sense tingles, but that's just a part of the industry. That's just a part of art, right? It's just like that's why everybody watches anime, dude. Because
anime does all types of different things, and one of the things with anime is everything's exaggerated. So you'll see women with boobage like way too big, or men with way too long hair looking almost feminine because they're androgynous. It's just for them a way of them looking cool for the in the Japanese anime world, but they don't take it so seriously. But they try to be adults, and that's why the anime industry in general, in a whole, is fucking up everything in the anime, in the animation department. They're making all the money, whether it's graphic novels, whether it's the TV show, whether it's the figures, because no one wants to support what is in the ones that are Americanized or Westernized, because all they're doing is putting old or dumb ideologies or dumb ideas, pushing a certain gender or a certain brand or a certain idea. And nobody cares, dude. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
The actual art form and what they're trying to do when it comes to the story. Like there's variety of bodies in there, but what it does is that might speak to a particular type of person. And in the West now, they don't want to do that because they consider that stereotyping. You know what I'm saying? Which I think is dangerous on itself, because these are the signifiers, right? that people use every single day. Like for all the hiding of like you're talking about X-Men 97 and other products that there or other stuff that's being put out there where they're trying to tone it down. Dude, you live in a time now where you could just go online on Instagram or just on social media and see a plethora of women who would not be considered the norm when we were growing up on any angle. But what the social media does, it opens it up and people began to realize, look, not everybody likes that type of body type, but everybody, there's somebody for everybody. This is the most diverse thing. This is the most diverse time in this kind and as far as body mechanic, this is how people look to me, right? Because some people like bigger people, some people like skinnier people.
That's right. That's right.
People that are smaller.
That's real diversity, though, brother.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's real diversity. Diversity is not just having things one way.
Yeah,
that's not diversity.
Yeah, because some people don't like really curvy girls. Some people do. Some people like skinny girls. Some people don't. Right? It all depends, man. And so this is what kind of takes me back because I'm like, you're a technology company and you're supposed to be forward thinking. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm like, dude, you guys can't really read the room. So do I really want you making these decisions for the product that I'm going to purchase? No, I don't. You know what I'm saying?
But look, their decisions of whatever they're doing in games should not be about, well, it's a girl character, so she can't have a big pair of racks, or they can't have big boobs or a big butt cheeks. Like, that shouldn't be the decision of when you're making the game or their creativity. You get what I'm saying?
Well, the choice should be left off to the consumer, in my opinion. So, like Dead or Alive, the volleyball game, that was made for, so the game itself was okay. It was pretty good. It was okay. But, I'm saying you didn't buy it for the volleyball, right?
No, they bought it for the bouncing of everything. That was the fun factor of the game.
Yeah, so for a person like me, I'm like, well, that's not my kind of cup of tea. I prefer just a better game, right? Or I'll spend my time. There's no reason for me to buy it because I would rather spend my time playing other games. Because I'm not buying it for the game. I'll be buying it just for the way the girls are. My problem is that I'm a nerd through and through. So I would look at it as like, we always looked at it, bro. It's just like these guys now, they don't understand what the difference between 8-bit to 16-bit to 32-bit. And then when we started
the evolution, right.
So we always looked at it like, oh my gosh, okay, she's beautiful. Her things are jiggling, but I can't believe they got that type of. I can't believe how good the fidelity and everything is.
Right. We like when we looked at the bouncing breast, for example. They're like, oh, that's funny, but we didn't. That wasn't what we concentrated on.
Yeah.
What we concentrated on, damn, this fucking game's good, right?
And for those of you guys that'll be out there like, oh, you're like, dude, I was already over 21. If I wanted to look at girls, I was in the military. I would just go down to the E Club.
Right. Plus, how much of a weirdo you gotta be to think that that people play a game because they want to look at women with big breasts? You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
We never looked at Laura Croft like that, ever. We never looked at her like that. We looked at her like, oh, she's badass. She looks cool. She kicks ass. It's a girl protagonist. Well, what happened with Alicia Dragoon? Alicia Dragoon was very well fitted for it.
So I just want to throw that out there, dude, because that's not the mentality of and I'm not saying that's everybody, and there's probably people that do that, but I'm saying as for me as a nerd, growing up in nerd culture, right, this is what we looked at, right? That was more important to me. The problem I have with Doom Raider, I have nothing against, like, after a while, okay, yeah, you see how they did it, that was kind of a thing, right? But then after a while, I'm like, okay, well, this level design could use some help. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a gamer, first and foremost. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, that's a fact. Well, look, when they did Alicia Dragoon with the dragon, she looked cool as hell. She had big boobs, but she was 8-bit, 16-bit. We weren't worrying about, oh my gosh, she has big boobs. No, we were about, yo, this game is cool. When we looked at El Viento, it was a nice character. It was a girl as well. When we played things like Miss Pac-Man, it was the representation of Pac-Man in female form, which was also cool with new ideas. When we looked at things like, what's her name? Our girl from fucking Streets of Rage, Blaze, right? What's her name?
Streets of Rage?
Blaze, right? Wasn't it Blaze?
Yeah, I think so.
Blaze, right? We played with her because she would wear a skirt and she was fucking badass, right? And when we played things like, Tyrese from Golden Axe, she had a two-piece and with a sword, and Look Barbarian was kicking ass and did the best moves in the game. Because most of the time in our era growing up, all the female characters had the best moves. If you remember that?
Well, they were like you like to play with them too because they're quicker, and they're most of them have the combos and stuff.
They had the
Too.
best moves, and they were quicker, and they just kicked ass,
Yeah.
right? Or you picking them because, oh my God, I gotta play with this girl. Look at her. Oh my God, I'm about to go to the bathroom in 15 minutes and jizz all over the wall. And like, no, that's weirdo shit. That's not even. I don't even think that's humanly possible. That anybody can ever look at a video game female character with those tendencies. You gotta really be a sycophant. What's up?
No, so here, so that this is what I don't understand about it, right? Because we didn't think in those terms, but what ended up happening was all of this stuff became popular, and so if Phil wants to reach out to Gen Z, he gotta realize that Gen Z is probably one of the most base generations, that are coming up, right? So the stuff that they're promoting, these guys won't like anyway. I don't know why you would. I think when I was reading the interview, I gotta go back and read it because number one, it's from Polygon, and number two, I mean, if he's just speaking off the cuff like he normally does, and this is an analytic that he threw out there, just because he's talking about the future of gaming, because there's a lot of things that he talked about in the short time as
Yes.
So I'm not necessarily saying that he's going to go for it, but if that's his goal, and that's why I said you should draw back on what he thinks their influence and what they're going to do as far as the market is concerned. Because when you start targeting one audience, dude, that's not a good thing.
You ready?
Yeah, I got you.
You ready?
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I was just answering my wife.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to dive into that. We can talk about. I'm going to have the podcast this weekend, so we can talk about it then. We'll talk about these topics in detail. We're going to do the record. I only did this podcast because yeah, I had to sit in this chair because my back is all shot and my legs are all swollen. I had therapy yesterday, dude. That lady, she was brutal, man. She was like she had a cute voice, a tiny kind of frame, but man, she had man hands, bro. I thought that was a dude roughing me up on that massage chair, on the massage, the bed. Dude, she was nice. She was like, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Can you hear me, brother?
You're kind of body. Hello? Hello? Yeah, sorry, brother. I can't hear you.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Do a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Where we actually sit there and talk about all the female characters that have been represented in gaming through the years to show that diversity with women characters always been there. And it's been because they were cool characters and not because of anything else that's malicious or male chauvinistic. You don't see how you, Babu, no? No? You heard what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Brother?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I would like to do a podcast and we can. Yeah, I can hear you. I would like to do a podcast talking about them and the characters and bring them, show pictures or whatever and show these characters of the female characters. Because you know how so people say, oh, more equality. There hasn't been enough equality when there's been diversity and equality in gaming since a very long time,
Yeah.
Since the beginning, it was never just, that women were not included, even though it was more dominated by boys, right? Or men or teenage boys that like to play video games, right? But still, there was always women included in that mix,
Yeah, I think that would be cool. I wish I could capture stuff and then post it. Hello? Hibar, are you there? I might have lost Hebot. Hey, brother, can you hear me? If you're talking, I can't hear you. You know what it is, dude? It's like in the afternoon where I'm at, so internet's probably sketchy. Well, that's cool, dude, because I gotta wrap it up anyway. Been on for quite a while, but I'm glad we did this podcast, guys. Hebot, are you there? Hello? We might have lost Hebot. But yeah, I'll do the outros. You know what Unlimited says? My outros are like 2 hours. But yeah, guys, if you guys like this kind of content, be prepared. It'll be on here. This is what I'll be doing on the channel moving forward. Like I said, I got to do stuff that interests me. It'll be interesting to follow Microsoft as well, because they are, Microsoft again. They talk in very cryptically in riddles and stuff like that. So try not to lose your mind trying to decipher it. I would just focus on what they're doing overall, and right now they're still killing it, in my opinion. But yeah, but you heard what everybody said on the podcast, and I'm that's how I'm kind of moving forward with them. Right, some of the stuff that they're coming on and talking about. Again, a lot of stuff I know, I know that they factored this in. Hopefully, a lot of you guys are as well. Keep in mind of how the economy is, right? You guys know everything costs more now, right? There's a lot of companies that are not making it, not just because people aren't buying games, right? People might not be buying games, but everything's more expensive, right? So this is where services, when streaming services are suffering, so something like Game Pass should be bigger than what it is. I do believe that. So I think they're correcting on different levels, right? But at the end of the day, dude, if you like playing games, there's no better place to be. Because if you guys think Microsoft is in trouble, which they really aren't, dude, they're a big corporation, right? But if you think they're in trouble, then you don't want to see where Sony and Nintendo's going to be by the end of this year. If a lot of you guys believe that Xbox is dead, right? I'm not saying you have to agree with stuff they do, right? Some of the stuff keeps us. Like we're a pro Xbox channel, and some of the stuff they do keeps us scratching our heads, or keeps us scratching our heads. So there's enough of that to go around. But what I don't want you guys to do, man, is to get lost in the messaging and the narratives, right? You see that a lot on social media. You guys gonna have to pick and choose who you listen to. I would definitely do that. There's some people that you might have to cut off. Fine. Like I said, I don't cut off anybody because they end up cutting me off, right? Because of the stuff I post and the way I think. So I'm always I have a hedge of protection around me, so I don't have to worry about that in that sense. But if you're having problems with it, just step out, man. You hear Unlimited, man. He did a show on Saturday, and he was talking about how he doesn't have time to play. He wish he did, and that's what it boils down to at the end of the day, playing the games, getting the best value, getting for the best deal. Do what's right for you, man. Dea touched on that as well. Course correct, and experience the ecosystem the way you want to experience it, not the way other people tell you to do it. Do your own research, look at things soberly, right? Build however you want to enjoy the ecosystem, build around that. That's what I'm doing now, right? And right now, the thing that gets me the most excited about Xbox and continues to excite me about Xbox is just the plethora of games they have. Like I said, I started playing the Lightyear. I forgot the name of it, but it's like a mix sim farming game. And that's the type of game that I could spend hours in. And that's just one of the many type of games like that they have, on top of all the other stuff. So when it comes to content, dude, they have a lot of it. I think the only problem is that we talked about there's some decisions that they're making. But I'm just going to sit back, wait and see, because I got some stuff percolating in my own mind about the directions I think they're going. Okay, so we'll see. But we'll be here. So the Wrecking Crew podcast will be this weekend. Tune in if you guys want to. Next week will be the All In Popcast, where we'll talk more about the pop culture. A lot of it's been dominated politically because of all the woke stuff. We're going to be doing that, and I'll be doing stuff like this, All In chats. I'll touch on some other stuff as well, guys.
Yes.
That's just the way the direction this channel has to go if I'm going to be doing content. I got to do stuff that I'm interested in. Oh, what's up, brother? You're back. Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do stuff that you're interested in, and also it makes you have more diversion in your content, right? Because if you just talk about one thing, at some point it's going to get redundant, stale, or it's going to be hard for you to keep it interesting. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, because it's hard to not hard, but I don't want to be the type of person that like you see a lot of these guys on social media when it comes to Xbox, right?
Right. I know what you're saying. That only like is what kind of looks like we're coming off as doom and gloom
Or just rehashing stuff. They have no idea,
or
honestly.
right.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. To be honest, I mean, it's all guesswork.
I mean,
It's like,
we can sit there and talk about. We can sit down and talk about the games that's come out because there's a lot of games that's come out that we can talk about that are great, and you don't see nobody talking about them because they're just worrying about the same stupid news
hmm.
on the back and forth for the, you know what I'm saying, or the hating or the fear mongering. Oh my God, is Xbox doomed? Or is it over? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I mean, and I don't follow any of these guys. So the guys that follow, so where the guys get their information, I can't stand those guys anyway, right? And I don't like the
Right.
gaming media, you know. So I think it's just in everybody's best interest. Just play your games, dude, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, if you're playing your games, the process is so much easier to deal with because,
Yeah.
again, that's all it is at the moment. Whether we like it or not, it's all a process. It's a learning period for them because they're trying to figure out other ways to do things. Although us looking from the outside in and being as experienced as we have been and experiencing a lot of things of today's youth, right? Because we have kids of our own and we can give a good 2 cents about what could work because we have actual connection with what's going on. You get what I'm trying to say?
Hmm.
You know, in our real daily lives. Phil, what he says, 2 daughters are older, went to college, graduated already. They're not girls that are Gen Z. You know what I'm saying? So he doesn't really have that connection to his kids the way that, let's say, we have, right? Or what we do, right? So that's why we can say, well, if they do this, it can work if they do it this way, because that's what Gen Z, like you said, pays attention to. That's how they adopt. That's how they migrate, or that's how they get connected to whatever's popular that they like. And I think, again, like I said, they're looking at it from one point of view only because that's what they think. Understand the whole bigger picture on both sides of the spectrum, from old to new and to in between, that can actually work in their favor if they learn how to balance themselves better. You see what I'm trying to say?
I think a better way of saying it is that they're just trying to get as many people as possible. He just should have stuck with that line.
Right.
Now,
Right. Because what you said is true. Trying to say that, oh, there's 3 billion people in the world, that's what we want to reach, is kind of unrealistic because everybody's different, like you said. Everybody's different. And they're not going to be able to captivate everybody because they don't have the ability to get certain content on their platform, maybe not by choice, but because of just circumstantial, because that's just the way it is.
like for me, I just don't. I mean, show me. You say that kind of stuff, but when I see just the little things you don't do, right?
Right.
Now maybe that's in the works for this year. I don't know. When's their next showcase? The big one is in June, right?
Yes, in June.
So we'll see in June. Maybe he's working on all the stuff in the background, like he's done before. But again, man, that 4 game thing really, you know what I mean? They should have. If the goal is
that 4 game thing created a lot of diversion.
Yeah.
A lot of division. A lot of people are divided because now they're uncertain, they're afraid, they're scared. Especially the people that haven't been around long enough or haven't been around as long as we have, that we've seen all type of shit happen, right?
Yeah.
Like we never would have thought Sega would ever make games for Nintendo back in the day. You would have told me that, you're like, yeah, you're crazy.
Yeah.
It's never gonna happen, right?
Right.
And sure enough, we live in an era, in a day and age where we actually saw that happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird, but it's true. So that messaging, they got to stick with their guns with one messaging, because their messaging is too all over the place. Because you say one thing, then you say this, and you do this, and then you do something else. in order for people to have faith in your brand, you got to show that you have faith in your brand yourself first. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
If you're acting like people, like you don't have faith on your console, then the honest truth is, then why are you making another console? For what? Why even mention it? Because they already said they're working on it, mention it. Why even say, yeah, we got several consoles left in us? Why? If you clearly said that people are not going to buy your console, and that's why you're putting the games everywhere else. Maybe if you didn't do that, they wouldn't go somewhere else. You know what I mean? Especially that you have such a powerful weapon like Game Pass. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is at the end of the day, it is a weapon, and it is a weapon that will work in their like. I've never seen a company that has so much things going for in their favor, and they don't keep capitalizing on those things, and they kind of let it die out and boil over, and let it die out, and then they lose it, the momentum. It's weird. I don't know why. It's so fucking weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
Like
maybe
that's the thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, maybe they are working on stuff.
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, I'm done defending anything they do. If come June, they do the showcase, and in the top corner it says, "Coming to PC, Nintendo, and PlayStation." I'm done. I'm never defending them no more, bro. It is what it is.
Well, we can't, right? Because that's what I'm talking about. Like the content in my, so I'm changing the channel a little bit because I can't. Like I was talking to Jay about this earlier, right? I can't really say anything. Like we deal with these dudes all the time, mostly ponies, right?
Mhm.
And then now it's kind of like we're sitting there and they're like, oh, like I don't think. Like when I said when they say specific things, I can't defend it, right?
No, you
Because
can't.
Microsoft did it. They
No,
went ahead
you
and did it, so-
can't. It's hard to defend it because Microsoft does it.
Yeah.
And they go back on their word, and that's what they've been doing. That's where their mistake is.
Yeah.
You know, they say one thing 1 year, and then 2 years later they say something else and do something else, and then you're like, wait, but you said this. Oh, it's circumstantial. Well, again, how is it circumstantial? Your division is worth over $700 billion. You have the most studios in the world. You have the most games in development in history. You're surpassed the Windows division. So what is the circumstance? Because you guys should be the ones that Nintendo and Sony should be kissing your ass. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. It's
Not
weird.
the other way around. And if you were a little bit more strict with your stuff, Nintendo and Sony would have no choice but to kiss your ass. Instead, they're laughing at you while you still keep giving the stuff that you're doing, and then they make a mockery at it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Which is wild. Weird as fuck. That's wild.
So here, Nate State
That's
Games,
stuff to me.
Xbox to be more open to Steam, GOG, Epic, coming to their ecosystem. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Nate, welcome to the podcast. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Especially Data. Data's not with us
That
anymore.
would be great. That would be great. That would be an advantage. But then again, they'll do the same thing. Oh, now that we figured it out, and you can play Steam and Epic in our store, let's put it on PlayStation. You see what I'm trying to say? They always act like they're trying to babysit everybody, not
Well-
just the competition, but the industry as a whole. Like you can't do that. That's not realistic.
No, but I don't want that. That's what gets me though. You don't need to babysit. Just dominate it. Just take it
Yeah,
over.
that's what I'm saying. Like, why are you trying to babysit the industry and companies that don't care about you? You got the power, dominate it, and that's it.
And then you can do all the. Then you guys can do all the woke stuff that you want to do.
Yeah, at least you want to be. It wouldn't feel as such an insult because
Yeah.
not only do they do the stuff they do, then they add insult to injury by doing the other shit they do.
I think
Like-
Satya Nadella has more involvement in the gaming division now, given that gaming is more profitable than Office, their biggest profit driver for them. Possibly. The only thing I'll say, Nate, is like, yeah, because that's what we talk about, but that doesn't make. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. My brother over here will talk about it as well, but to me, like, why would you do that if you've given them so much time, right? And then that you've given so much to fill, over the
The
years.
whole- thinking all this time was, don't worry, we're setting it up for the future for everything to be great for you guys.
Yeah.
And now when they finally have the upper hand, which is what the point you brought up earlier,
Yeah.
now they're acting like, oh no, we're so scared. No, never mind. Let's do. Dude, you got the upper hand. You the motherfuckers who own Bethesda and Activision. You don't need nobody. And yet you're still acting like, oh no, listen, if you act like you have the confidence and you act like you have the cojones, right? The ball sacks. Believe me, people will follow, but you're not doing that. The people are uncertain because you're acting like you're uncertain. That's the whole point. That's the bottom line. You know?
Well, let it never be said that we're shills. We're corporate shills.
Right.
Okay.
They'll still say.
Yeah. So Hiba, I gotta wrap it up because I got a jet.
Okay, brother. Okay, no problem.
Time to change positions. You know the crappy part, dude, is I can't play games. I'm at home.
Yeah, that is true.
Because I can't sit there and play.
Oh, that sucks. Why? Because of the position you got to be in?
Yeah, the only reason I did this podcast is because I have to sit in my chair by the desk because it has lumbar support.
Wow.
I couldn't lay down. Yeah, I couldn't. After a while, I lay down, and then my my legs start to, they start aching and get swollen.
Yeah.
Because of the circulation. So I gotta keep on changing positions.
Mm.
Yeah, fun. The fun stuff, bro. So yeah, I went to the chiropractor yesterday. Dude, this lady that worked on me, man. She had the sweetest voice. She was not a big person, tiny build, but she had these man hands, bro. She had man hands, bro.
She was like the Mad Hatter?
No, like if you, like when you go into if you go someplace and they have a bouncer and that dude puts his hands on you, that's what I felt, dude. I was getting manhandled by this lady, and she was super nice. She was super nice, but I just had all these knots right in my legs and in my lower back, and she had to work it all out, dude. I was hurting, man. I was hurting after that.
She hemmed your ass up. She made you a brand new man.
Oh, dude. She was just like, she put it on. She put the whammy on me, man. I was like, dang. So I don't know. It's kind of my fault because I let this go. No, not me, really. I didn't have my VA. So so I finally back at it, but I went backwards, so now I got to catch back up on my therapy. So it sucks. So
I got you.
Yeah, but go shout yourself out, brother. Then we'll call it a podcast.
It's your boy Hiba signing off with my brother Sega Forever. And this one is not the Wrecking Crew. What was it? It's just a impromptu.
All in chat. Just wanted to talk about
all in chat.
Yeah.
And a new episode.
I saw that.
And a new episode of the All in Chat. Thank you for joining us tonight, and big shout outs to the people in the comment section. You are the supporters. You are what makes this show all worth it. So, to my host, Sega Forever, thank you for having me on. It's been an absolute pleasure. You can always find me on YouTube under Hiba. That's right, with a capital H and a capital B. Everything else lowercase and hyphen between the E and the H, or the E and the B. Excuse me for that. And you can find me on any social media platform like Twitter, Twitch, or Instagram under any type of descriptions down below on my YouTube handle. So, guys, it's been a great evening. It's a great time chatting with you. I hope to see you in the next one. Thank you. Take it over right from here. Take it forever and take it over.
That was awesome, dude. You definitely have the voice. Yeah, let's start doing videos again, dude. For real. I know you get frustrated and stuff like that, but the community needs the voice, man. They do.
Well, they need someone that knows what the fuck they're talking about for real. That's one thing.
Yeah, that would help as well.
Not just playing the guessing game.
So Nate State Games, thanks for joining, man. Zobi, if you want to jump in on the podcast for the pop culture cast, I think that'll be right up your alley because we're gonna cross reference. We're gonna talk about pop culture, then we're gonna talk about
anime, big titties, and everything that you can possibly think of.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the politics of pop culture. So And I'm not like a part of it, but you know what I'm saying. So you know what I'm saying. You know, some of these guys, they're losing their mind. Fan random, bro. I think that's the first time, man. Thanks for being here, brother. Other Zinc popped in. Thanks, Dea, for being on. P-Roy Dusso, yeah, sorry, dude. If I didn't mean to, like, that wasn't you, brother. That's my Disney. Everybody knows I have a Disney hang up and a Marvel hang up and a Star Wars hang up. They just suck. But I appreciate
First of all, you are a Disney apologist. Stop the cat.
Dude,
Okay.
Those guys, they suck so bad, dude. I can't believe it's the same.
So lost in translation, right?
Yeah, they're horrible. Toolman, Sega Man, thank you. Toolman, thanks for popping in. Sega Man, my brother, thank you as well. Always appreciate you guys coming in. And Kathleen Grumbler. Oh, sorry, brother. We're about to wrap it up. And then hold on. I think I caught everybody. If I didn't, I'm sorry, but thank you guys for being here. This is how our podcast kind of go. Actually, this is what 4 hours. Whoa, that's pretty short for our. These all in chat. These all in chat is just basically so we can address the chat because sometimes it's hard to do it in the regular podcast that we have. So I just want to shout out all the guys and always welcome to come on in. Okay. All right, guys. So Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever. Hebot, thanks for being here, brother.
And his host, Hebot.
Yep, and we're out, guys.
Brother, give me a call when you get a chance, okay?
All right. Okay.
Talk to you soon.
All
Good
right,
night, guys. Bye
Good night.
bye.